Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back with oxygen not included. But first and foremost, let's take a quick look into chat and see who is already here. My god, you guys have been active while I was getting ready. We have Elfie, we have Von Rheinland, we have Rubber Duck back in the chat, Words is here, Kionis is here. Who else do we have here? Killjoy is here as well. Alright, thank you all for joining today, of course, and yes, Elfie, I have seen a trailer for Surviving Mars relaunched, and I have high hopes for it. Hopefully, it doesn't disappoint. So I would say we are going to jump right into this here. Let's take a look where we left off last time. Last time around, we had a little bit of trouble with our lungs right here, which also pushed down our calories quite a lot, but I think we are just on the verge of recovering, or we just started recovering, let me put it that way. So our sweat corns right here are looking decent. We put in a second smoker. I'm pretty sure that our calorie count here will go back up relatively drastically and relatively quickly. Other than that, we did tame down here this hydrogen vent. We never got to see it because it is still dormant for another 48.7 cycles. Gotta keep that in mind as well, but eventually we will see the thing here work. There's no question. For the time being, though, there are a couple more things we need to finish up here, but again, we have basically 50 cycles to do it, so that is most definitely not a priority right now. Down here on the bottom, we have a bunch of water. We have now soot, so theoretically we can start this oil well here back up and get us all the petroleum in the world that we want. We just don't need any right now. We still have 3.7 tons worth of plastic. That is more than enough. Copper Volcano over here is dormant as well, another 18.3 cycles until we get a little bit more copper out of the ground. And on the right side, the Iron Volcano is also dormant for another 29 cycles. What the hell? All of our geysers are all dormant? What is going on here? Natural gas is dormant? What about this one? This one here is still squeaking along. But overall, everything is bloody dormant. Well, that is okay. Even this aluminum volcano here is dormant. Gotta be kidding me. What are the odds on that? I have no idea. Everything's dormant. Even this one here. Okay, apparently we are getting nothing right now. But that's cool, because what I want to look at is this one right here. We did notice last time around that it is dormant as well. And I believe it may be a good time for us to check out if we can get this here up a little bit better. And Rubber Duck, a level 3 engineer for 9 months, says I'm still version 1. Woohoo, in 9 months now? Yes, 9 months. Thank you very much for that, Rubber Duck. That is absolutely insane. Truly, truly appreciate that. But yeah, to get into this thing right here, we have all this steam right here, and I'm going to let the game run for now, because yes, this steam here, we just decided that we are going to vent as much as possible out into space. And I think we should still continue doing precisely that. So I would argue, let's let this here run, and let's see if we can get this area here at least prepared as much as possible. Yeah, I don't know. This steam here also has to go, though. Should we just try to release it through the corner here at least? Yeah, why not? Let's deconstruct right here, and let's see if we can get this steam here out straight into space and as little as possible into down here on the bottom. Let's see if we can make that happen. Doesn't have to be pretty or nothing. We just need this area right here, and we do need a certain space. And I don't know if we have it with all this neutronium. So we will have to do a little bit of math here, and we will have to do a little bit of calculations and see if this actually works the way that I have it in my head. Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. We have bloody little pieces of neutronium everywhere right here. We also have only 3 tiles of neutronium instead of 4 tiles. So that also changes things a little bit. Let's see here. Insulated tiles made out of igneous rock. What would the outline actually look like? That's the bigger question right here. And I believe it wouldn't change much right here. That would still be 4 high. This here. Is it enough if it is too wide? I believe so. So let's bring this over up all the way to the top. This one right here needs to be 4 high. And let's bring this here over to the left. Let's bring this all the way over here. That's probably a little bit too far, as a matter of fact. Let's see. 2 high brings us all the way to right here. That's a good cutoff point. Into the neutronium, coming all the way down here. And then down here on the bottom, does that actually work out like this? Yes, it sure as hell does. Look at that. Yeah, so at least the top part fits here. And it should work just like this. So let's see, when the dupes ever get in here, they can go ahead and dig all this stuff here out. We probably should not do that, as a matter of fact. I probably have to do it from top to bottom. Yeah, top to bottom as usual. And then let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, here all the steam disappears as that should be. And once that happens, we can put some ladders in here and whatnot to make sure that our dupes can get around. Let's see, we do need a little bit of space here later, but for right now, I don't have a choice. The ladder has to be right here. But yeah, we will need some space right here later. Okay. Let's see what happens with the steam right here. It looks like most of it is venting out into space. The quicker, the better. In my book, so that's great. Croc is here, Croc Pro player. Haven't seen you in a while. Says, hello, I missed a lot, I see. Yeah, we may have made a little bit of progress here. Just a little bit. I mean, over 400 cycles. I would argue. It looks pretty decent here. Could have been a hell of a lot worse. Okay, let's see if we can get this ladder here in, and let's see if we can get started at least on this basic outline right here. That would be at least a good starting point in this here. We still need, so the dupes can get on top of this ladder over here to the left. And all the way through. One thing that we don't want to do right this second is open this here up. I don't want all the steam over here too. Let's keep it in one direction for right now so we can have a little bit of better control over it. Alright, so far so good. Also, something else that we don't want to do is we don't want to close this off. And we don't want to close this here off. So the dupes can walk in here and do what they need to do. Okay. Looking good. I should probably also start measuring the bottom. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's see, how much space do we need? Let me try this here with some insulated tiles just for good measure. So we need to have it at the bare minimum 3 high on the top. Then we need to have an insulated tile right here. And then we need to have it at the bare minimum another 3 high. We could make it 4 high though. That gives us a little bit of extra space. So we could do this here. That would work out with the neutronium here in the corner. How long is it going to be though? I needed an inside measurement of 20. 20 gets us right here. Okay. So let's see if I do this here. Does that actually fit here barely or not? It looks like it does with 2 extra pieces of neutronium, but I don't think they will actually harm us. Dupe stuck. Yep, dupe stuck already. Great. That didn't take long, did it? But yes, I believe that this actually fits in here exactly as it should. That's actually quite amazing. With even some space right here. That's actually not enough space, so we will have to probably bring this wall here over later. But yeah, we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there. Too many issues at once are just gonna get everyone, including myself, confused, and we don't want that. So let's bring this all the way down here, this ladder, all the way through. That's going to be helpful. Can be made out of granite. That is just fine. Faigon, you just need to pick it up. And we also need to see what we are actually dealing with. Do we even have enough time to build this thing? That's probably the first thing we should start with. Also, you're definitely going to get stuck here, aren't you? Oh, well, we will see. Okay, very good. We will see how this year turns out. But so far, I'm actually surprised how well this barely fits in here. Yeah, should be okay. Should be okay. We will see what this here looks like. Feigen, you shouldn't be stuck anymore once they build this tile right here. Because right at the moment you are still stuck. Yes, you are. Sure as hell. Sure as hell. Let's see if we can get a little bit of granite. That would be nice. Now you can get out. There we have it. All good. No big problem. Yes, of course, we are building these 2 tiles right here first because that's super important. How else would it be? We still have also 16 cycles right here. We will have to rebuild where this conveyor rail here goes. We can't have it going straight through here. Absolutely not. But where can it go? That's the bigger question. Basically anywhere else. Yeah. Right here. We can bring it through here. We can bring it through there. It basically doesn't make a difference at all, to be quite honest here. Why don't we just bring it up one tile? I'm just trying to think if that has any implications later in the build. And I can't think of anything. So let's bring this through here. Hook it up right there. Then let's rip this here out, because that's definitely going to be in our way. Ali is here, says, Hallo, is Deutsch hier erlaubt? Hello, is German allowed here? No, unfortunately not. This is only English. So everyone who's joining us can understand what we are talking about. But thank you for joining anyway. I truly appreciate it. Okay, coming through here with our conveyor rail. At the moment, it's completely pointless. We will need it later again to get our igneous rock out. But for right now, it is totally fine. And let's start from the top here to the bottom. And let's make sure that we get all of this stuff here out slowly but steadily. That's what we need. And let's see that we can get this volcano here free first and foremost, so we can get it analyzed and see what we are actually dealing with here at the end of the day. Okay, dupes. Also, one other thing, if we can avoid it, let's not connect this a lot of steam right here, 91 kilograms, to that little bit down here on the bottom. Ali says, I understand. Can I speak German anyway? No, I would prefer it if you would speak English, please, so everyone can understand in chat what we are talking about. But if your English is good, then I would argue that's awesome. Let's bring this over. Let's bring this here in. Left and right. Connect it all together. Probably let's keep it, you know what, for the time being. Let's keep it disconnected, yeah, from the left side right here. Only on the right side we can come in. And of course the dupes right here are gonna get stuck in every last place. So how about we dig this area here out and let the dupes escape through this little crack right there. That should get the job done, I hope. Yeah, they'll just dig their way through there and should be okay. Okay, looking good. All across the board. Katrina is here and starting to analyze the volcano, so we know what we're dealing with and how much time we have. How do you follow the channel? You follow the channel, but there should be a follow button if you're on a PC right underneath the channel. And I believe it's on the top right if you're on the phone. But I'm not entirely sure what that looks like on Android. Okay, all good. The conveyor rail's coming in. Dupes making one hell of a lot of progress here. Looking pretty good, actually. There was another one of those builds that shouldn't be possible. We just built through those 3 solid tiles in this corner. Interesting. Love it. Better too much than not enough, as always. But it could still be a little bit better. Ah, you found it. Thank you very much for the follow, Ali. Truly, truly appreciate that. Okay, there we go. This side here is completed. Let me, yeah, come down here. Let the dupes dig this here out. Let's see if I can make that happen and get a dupe stuck right here. That'd be great. Nope, of course not. Who is scalding? Oh, did it get a little bit warm in here by now? With our airlock door, yes. Apparently, it did finally get a little bit warm here inside of our atmosphere checkpoint, because we just completely neglected insulating this here at all. Okay, all good. The airlock door still working though. We probably get a few more error messages here, but until the steam is out, that is probably not going to change anytime soon. Even though it is nice and cold over here, it's just not enough to cool this here all by itself. In an absolute worst case scenario, we can active cool this area right here. I mean, we do have the means very close nearby, so no problem at all. Why is this one here? Oh yeah, that's right. We are actually not cooling our water currently because the aluminum volcano is dormant. Yeah, that is another issue, but yeah. Usually I make cooling loops through those doors. Yeah, that is another option, like I said, that we have available to us if we absolutely have to, but I don't think it's really too big of an issue for right now. What do we have here? And Rubber Duck with 20 euro. Thank you very much, Rubber Duck. Yes, that is still not an option on YouTube in the year 2025. Don't ask me why and how. But thank you very, very much for that, Rubber Duck. I truly, truly appreciate that donation. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Also, I don't think you have a dupe in here, do you? Are you in here? I think you were in the last map, but you're not in this one, aren't you? No, you are in this one too. Okay, good. We got you in here. Very, very nice. Okay, let's see. Glass, a little bit more of iridium. And the steam is actually evacuating out here into space really nicely in this corner right here. Considering we started at 90 kilograms per tile and now we're down to the highest I see is around a 20. Not too shabby. We can work with that. That is very, very good indeed. Because eventually we do need to create an actual vacuum in this area right here. So we might as well do that rather earlier than later, I would say. Okay. Okay, everything else, yeah, until this thing here turns on, we are not going to cool this water here. This water is probably going to reach... Are we going to see 30 degrees? We may actually see 30 degrees here. I guess we will find out shortly. But when it turns back on, it should be okay. What else have we going on here in our overview? Well, we still have to wait to see if continuing actually makes sense or if we have to shut this here back off with a temp shift plate. Can't forget about that we have that option available to us at all times. And then what we can do is we can build us a ladder out of obsidian if we absolutely want to, and I believe we do. And just put something like this here in real quick. That allows the dupes to come on this left side here down. And also, what did I actually build these insulated tiles here out? Out of igneous rock. Yeah, in this particular case here, we don't necessarily want igneous rock, because theoretically speaking, the magma from the volcano can melt it. It's coming out at 1700 degrees. And when we look at the insulated tiles right here, 1409. So we do not want to make any insulated tiles that are going to be in direct contact with magma out of igneous rock. We'd rather use, in this particular case, obsidian. So let's make sure that is true and that is corrected. That has to happen, or it will be a potential problem in the future. And we might as well make sure that we stop that before it even can become one in theory. Okay. The rest down here can be igneous, that's fine. Because it's not going to be in direct contact with magma, so it doesn't matter. Other than that, we are still at 86,000 kilocalories. Yeah. Don't forget the temp shift plate. Yeah, let's see, do we need it? Next activity in 42.9 cycles. No, we don't need it. In 42 cycles, we will have this here finished, no problem. It may just be that we are not producing enough food, because we currently technically do only have 2 rows of sweat corn stalks. We may have to put in a third one. We are up to 24 dupes. We are having so many dupes, it's not even funny. It's like they're growing on trees around here. But that is not the end of the world. We can definitely rectify that. Also, we do have our phloxes in here. And it looks like that all the pike apple bushes are slowly but steadily dying. That is, of course, not optimal. 24 by 4 is that. I'm wondering if we have another cold area somewhere. I think down here on the bottom was a really cold area somewhere. Oh yeah, that's right. Down here on the bottom. Here we have a bunch of frozen mercury. So that here may be a good area to build us another flux farm so we can get more wood in. I mean, we have 24 tons right now. Don't get me wrong. It's not like we need it. But the wood can come in handy to help with our stress issues here as well. Because most of these tiles right here in the middle are going to be made out of wood. A, the dupes are faster, and B, it provides a hell of a lot of decor. It's already pretty nice here, but it can always be nicer. There's no question about it. Okay, what is the best course of action here? We could just slap one down here. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, why not? Also, the dupes can't even reach half of the stuff here anymore. That's funny. Let's fix it up. Bring this ladder all the way through. Kill this automatic dispenser right here. And let's bring in some normal tiles, maybe. Or are we going to go insulated? I don't know. We should probably need normal tiles, actually. Yeah, let's do it this way. And let's go with granite. just because we can. All right, we needed 4 high, we said. Something like this here. And we needed 24 long. Let's see where 24 ends, right here. So I need to go 1 further back with my back wall here, and that should get the job done. Very, very good. That should end us right there. Yep, perfect. That's how it should be. 2 tiles down, pneumatic door. And then I believe, if I remember correctly, it's 6 tiles backwards. And then in food, we need some farm tiles. So let's build all of this here. And let's see what the temperature in this area is going to be once it's done. I believe it's going to be a hell of a lot better than whatever our floxes are enduring right now. Let's also bring those buildings here down. Let me zoom out a little bit. And let's see if we can do that from that kind of zoom angle. Almost. Almost. There we go. That should do it. Now in F2, we just need a little bit of power. And we're just going to bring it in like this. And that should do it. Brandon is here. This afternoon beer. Afternoon, Brandon. Thanks for joining today. How are you doing? Hope everything is okay. Also, we do have our insulated liquid pipe right here. That is a slight issue. Our water is just sitting in it and getting colder and colder. Going to freezing temperature. And it is slowly but steadily damaging all these pipes right here. So I believe what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this here up for a few dupes once again. Now that we have suits, it doesn't even matter anymore. They can just go ahead. And as long as we are sucking some actual water in there, we are okay. What are we pumping in there? We have a liquid pump right here. We should probably, as a matter of fact, deconstruct this liquid pump here and replace it with a filtered liquid pump. Yep, that is probably not the worst course of action. So we can go ahead and make sure that only the water here is being taken and put into our oil well. That should be just fine. All right. Not a problem. That should be fine. We can also add a light. Yes, we can most definitely add a light. I always keep forgetting about the lights. You guys know me. Thanks for the reminder. So let's put one up here, and that should be good. David Fraser, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Truly appreciate that. Let's bring this conductive wire over here, and let's bring it in here. You know what? And let's bring it then over there. Let's do it this way, just because we can dig out those 2 tiles right here, and that should be helpful. And then one more thing, we are pumping, yes, all of this gas straight through here. It's going to heat up this entire area. So let's go ahead and replace this pipe here now with insulated pipes after all the way through to up here somewhere. Maybe down here on the bottom as well. There we go. Something like this. That should do it. Okay. Very, very good. Yes, we will need a few pieces of ladder, Croc. You're correct here for the rear, because I don't necessarily want to dig through this ice here. It's going to help us cool down this granite right here, because it is coming in pretty warm. So we need to cool it first down. Most of this stuff here is going to be pretty freaking hot. So this is the only place here that I want to dig out here. I would like to have the direct contact, if at all possible. Let's see if we can make that happen. And it should be pretty simple with those 5 pieces of ladder. Yep, look at this here. Temperature coming down. Very, very good. Looks like a few pieces of dirt here were actually really nice and cold. That's great to see. The more cold material the dupes are grabbing instead of hot stuff, the better it is. And the easier it is for our life here. We can also go ahead and copy these settings down here while we're at it. Okay, up here on the top, is there actually anything still happening? It doesn't look like it. No, it sure as hell doesn't. What can we do here? We can try maybe one thing. How much steam is left in here? 5.5 kilograms. It is roughly now basically what the rest of the area here is. So yes, it doesn't matter anymore. I think what I will do is... Yeah, how am I going to do this? Let me think. This wire comes down here to this tamer. That is okay. That's totally fine, as a matter of fact. Potential load is going to be a little bit high, but that's fine for our purposes. I think what I'm going to do is with an airlock door that we're just going to make out of something... it can't overheat, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, we can just put one right here on the top and make this here our entrance, because why not? And then let's see if we can make this entire area here just a little bit nicer at least. Let's put some tiles along here, all the way over. Then let's put some tiles along here, all the way down as well. Something along this line right here would be great. And I believe that we are also going to have it through here. Just for right now, we are going to connect this here so the dupes have more space to walk around. But later on, all the stuff that's on the inside right here, we're going to rip all of this out. And the airlock door. I could put it over here. I mean, that would theoretically be possible. And there's not a hell of a lot of stopping me from doing that. Shale? Did I make it out of shale? No, it's granite. It's all granite. Thank God. It's all granite, not shale. And the airlock door is made out of nickel, which is fine. Okay, good. Thank God, no shale. Yep, we're going to leave it as is. That should be okay. And we are going to hook it up with a conductive wire right here, where the wire needs to have the highest priority. Not the door, the wire. Okay, let's see if we can make that happen. And let's see what that looks like. Oh, sorry. No, that is a good call. That is a good call. We want to make sure to not ever use shale. I'd rather check that one time too often than one time not often enough. If you know what I'm saying. Okay. This is looking great. We can start ripping out some of the stuff right here. We don't need it anymore, really. Yeah. Don't need it anymore at all, as a matter of fact. Do it in whatever order you want, dupes. Plenty of ways for you to get around here now. That should be okay, I believe. And we're just going to make one master entrance. It's going to be right here. And everything else we're going to block off and leave it in its own environment. That is also going to be a good practice for later in case something goes wrong. So we are not having extremely superheated hot gas in this entire area right here. The other place where that is a necessity is apparently right here. We will also have to put in some kind of wall right between the neutronium right here. 3 pieces on the left side. That will create a wonderful box that goes all the way around here and hopefully shouldn't cause any issues. What is the melting point of the airlock door? I was about to say that could actually be an issue. Let me kill this and let me replace it with either steel or iridium. Iridium is nearby. Let's use it. Might as well. Because this here could potentially melt if something goes wrong. And we definitely don't want to see that happening here. So let's make sure we do something about that before it's too late. Okay. More stuff coming out on the top. It's taking shape, with safety precautions being built in from the get-go, because that is a dangerous build, no matter how you want to look at it. And now these ladders here are actually built out of shale, son of a gun. Now it's igneous rock, that's better. Trying to see it one more time. Let's see if we can build it this time around. Everything else is being built, just takes some time, because the dupes are trying to figure out, should I go all the way to the bottom of the base, or should I go all the way to the top? I guess we will see. Yeah, I think what would be cool is a mod that allows for multiplayer, but every player gets their own asteroid. Of course, other players could still put blueprints on other rocks, but still, there is something like that. It doesn't work very well, though. Yeah, it doesn't work too well. Let me put it that way. But it does exist. Joshua B is here, says it's been a while since I watched you live, and says, oh, the new DLC. Yes, indeed. Of course. We are on the newest DLC for Oxygen Not Included. Exactly, yes, that should be. The Prehistoric Pack. And we let the meteor crash, and currently we are mining our way through that meteor after it crashed. Okay, very good. This looks great, honestly. Love to see it. So far, so good indeed. We will build us a couple more pieces of ladder made out of granite. That's okay. And let's just build us one ladder right here. You know what? Screw it. Just for looks, let's make it all 4. I would love for that to be brought into the base game. That would be absolutely fantastic. I would agree with that statement. 100%. And look at this here. Even though it's completely closed off, the nice thing is it has out here a little bit of space actually built in. So the steam that is in here is still slowly but steadily leaking out while we are busy building the rest of this thing. Isn't that great? It actually works in our favor just perfectly. Couldn't be much better than that. Love to see it. Love to see it. Then, of course, still, we are open right here on the bottom. Are we gonna stay open right there? I don't think we are. I think we're gonna close this here off for the time being. And if we need to open it back up or something, then we will cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Also, this ladder right here is actually going to become an issue, at least in places. So we need to do something about that as well. But first and foremost, let's put us in base, a automatic dispenser up here on the top somewhere. That should be fine. We need to get all the stuff here out of the inside of our volcano so we can close it off. That has to happen first, and then we go from there. Okay. Down on the bottom, are we nice and cold yet? Nope, still working on it. Getting there though. Making progress, most definitely. Got a lot of our insulated gas pipe in, made out of igneous rock. That's great to see. And ripping out the old shale. Great. God. Shale. So annoying. But we still need those ladders right here. Let me give those here slightly higher priority, so maybe a dupe will come by and grab some igneous rock. Don't even know where we could find any, but that shouldn't be a big problem. We're also producing crude oil. That's great. Not a hell of a lot, though, because our filter pump here hasn't been built yet. And let me just double check exactly what we are currently doing with our petroleum once we're producing it. It is cut off over here, so we are not producing any more polymer. That is okay for right now. Don't need it. So basically, right at this moment, it just leads straight up here to the blast shots. And that's fine. Yeah, the rest basically just goes right here into those liquid reservoirs. That is plenty of storage, and that's exactly where it can stay for right now. All good, no issue there. Other than that, food-wise, still 85,000 kilocalories. It looks like we are kind of holding. We are basically using exactly as many calories as we are producing, give or take 1,000 or 2. That's okay, we can work with that. Okay. Other than that, making progress up here on the top. Very good. This here has been built, so let me grab right here one of the automatic dispensers and copy the settings up here to the top. That's great. Let's give it a high priority, and then let's tell the dupes to sweep it all. That is the general idea here. To get all of the stuff here out. Yes, also the stuff on the top. We're gonna do all of it. But especially, of course, the stuff that's here in the middle. And yes, if it falls for right now, all down here, that's totally fine with me. I couldn't care less. Later on, we can, for example, just use an auto sweeper to get the stuff here out. Very slowly, but most definitely steadily. All right. So good. A little bit more obsidian is required over here. A few more tiles need to be moved in, out, or over. But that is okay. We will get that as well. And now that the ladder has been built, the last few pieces can come out. Steam is down to 500 grams. Yeah, this is going to be a vacuum. Relatively soon. We can sit that out. And if we can't, we can always build us a pump. And that will make most definitely short work of it. Okay. The next thing, dupes, that you can do is you can build me a second ladder that can be also built out of granite. It doesn't need to be quite as sophisticated. It just needs to be a singular tiles that can go along here and look something like this. And that should allow us to do something like this here. Get rid of all of the stuff here inside of our volcano tamer area, so we don't have to deal with it constantly. Okay, over here on this left side, we have a little pocket of steam left right here. Also, all the steam down here has to come out, but yeah. Unreachable debris on the neutronium. Yep, up here on the top left. Good eye. Good eye. Thank you for that information. One piece of ladder right here will help with that. Very, very good. Okay, dupes. Let's get it done, and let's make it pretty while you're at it. We still have 39 cycles to build this entire thing here. And cleaning this here is most definitely one of the things that have to be done. That is something we are not just doing because we're bored all day. Okay. Temperatures. Yeah, only one single plant would grow, and it's in this very last tile right here. Negative 15 degrees. We need negative 14, if you guys remember. So, yeah, that is a slight issue. We need to get more cold into this area right here. But how exactly are we going to do that? That is a bigger question. Yeah, it's just not cold enough right here, to be quite honest. I wonder. I mean, all this here is mercury, and we don't really care about mercury now, do we? This entire area here is built out of normal tiles, so there shouldn't be a problem to cool it down. Well, let me think. Why not just build a cold spike out of aluminum? Why not? With a thermal conductivity of 205, we can definitely do something crazy and stupid like this. It's not like we're losing the material. We're going to get it all back. So it's not that big a deal in my book. Let's build... Yeah, let's build it all the way through here and all the way down here to the bottom. And then let's just come along here with a ladder. Yeah, right here. Yeah, made out of granite, that's okay. And let's build it something like this here. And let's make sure the dupes can come down here. And let's let it touch this mercury down here on the bottom. That should inject an insane amount of cold into this area up here relatively quickly. And it should hopefully be enough to put down our pineapple bushes. I don't see a problem with that at all. Too bad we can't destroy neutronium. I don't think we can anymore. Wasn't neutronium shaving patched out a few patches ago? I think there is still a way with rat boat generators, but you need an insane amount of rat boats to destroy one single tile of neutronium, if that is not patched yet. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure that the shaving was deleted, but I think the rat bolts still work, but it's just basically not feasible. Yes, Killjoy says lots of rat bolts. Yep, lots of them. We are talking, I don't even know, thousands here. Thousands and thousands of rat bolts to destroy one single tile. So yeah, that's not necessarily it, I would argue. Also, just realized I'm an idiot. Nothing down here can happen because the dupes can't reach it anymore. Without a ladder. Kinda difficult to do so. Kinda difficult to do so, not gonna lie. Maybe that will help. Shaving is gone. Won't allow a ship to launch. Yep, that's what I thought. I thought I read that somewhere. That shaving is gone. But it also adds a kind of extra challenge up here with the neutronium. Of course, it's annoying, but it also makes you go a little bit more creative if you have to build around this stuff here. So I kind of enjoy it. No volcano tamer that I've ever built in my life has most certainly looked like this. So there's that. I don't even know if that's gonna work. With only 2 tiles right here. It should. But I guess we will find out. Did we ever? Yes, we did ever get this here built. That is what I was wondering about. It set it to water. Did I also rip out the wiring? Really? On accident? Okay, apparently. Oh, that's for the cooling only. Whoops. That's not for it. We are bringing the water down from above. The left side is just for cooling. Oh my. Oh my. I was utterly unaware of that. And one thing that we don't need anymore is cooling. So that was completely pointless. My mistake. Forgot what we did down here 250 cycles ago. Well, that saves us a lot of energy. But technically speaking though, since we have all this water, why are we using all this water from above? Why don't we at least snip it off and empty out the line for right now so we can use it for something else? And for the time being, again, we don't need the petroleum for anything specific right now. We're just stockpiling it, basically. There's no reason to not hook up this pipe here somewhere Like literally right here where his bridge is. Straight to the input port and grab all of this water right here. Hell yeah. Why wouldn't we do that? Of course we're gonna do that. That should be just fine, I would argue. Other than that, down here on the bottom, we have a bunch of carbon dioxide. We have a lot of chlorine gas right here and natural gas. Okay. Alright. These two tiles need to go. Kind of forgot about those last time, but what we can do, we are saving the power on the bottom, but we are going to waste it up here on the top, at least for a little bit. We are going to put in one single gas pump right here, built out of literally anything. It doesn't matter. Even if it's iridium, it's just going to be temporary. That's fine. We're going to hook it up to power, and we are going to hook it up to this pipe right here. And we are just going to pump out a little bit of this chlorine here, just so it's going to come down a little bit more from where our base is. I don't like it this high. Killjoy says Echo is planning on removing his neutronium in upcoming episodes. We will see if it's still viable. Wish him a hell of a lot of fun with that. Don't really see the appeal in that, but sure. Maybe one tile just for testing purposes if it still works, but that definitely would be the maximum amount that I would be willing on putting work into this. But okay, now we're making headway. We can see that the stuff in here is slowly but steadily getting less, and also the rest of the stuff here is now reachable with the ladder that has been built. Of course, it takes a little bit longer with our airlock door right here, but that is okay. It just helps us in the long run to achieve a vacuum in this area. That is what we need. Rubber Duck says, I have to go now. Have a great stream. I'll watch the VOD later. Duck, thank you very much again for the dono. Truly appreciate it, and thanks for joining. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, so far so good. Apparently I fucked up the this here. Quite interesting. Not that we need it, but now we have it correctly at least. And we can also tell the dupes to pick up all of this here on the inside. They already did a great job down here on the bottom. Here in the middle, it will take a little bit longer because, well, they couldn't reach it, and that's on me. But they will figure it out. They will get it done now. No problem. Should be okay. And it looks like we got started right here with our metal tiles. The metal tiles are already at negative 40 degrees. And it looks like it's already injecting a lot of cold into this area. Negative 27 degrees, negative 17 degrees. So slowly but steadily, it should move through this entire area right here. And we can even help this along a little bit more, probably just by using some insulated tiles right underneath our farm tiles. And this here should be up and running extremely shortly. Let me put it that way. Vesti here says, Beer! Vesti! What's going on? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back to the stream, sir. Ladders are good. Okay, yep, we're picking it up. We're getting it out. It just takes... It's sweet time. But on the bright side, we can see if our defense here is working with our 3 meteor blasters. And so far, it sure as hell looks like absolutely nothing is making it through there. And our dupes are 100% safe. As long as we have enough blast shots in here. Looks like we got plenty. Doesn't look like it's an issue at all. Very good. No damage has been caused to our base with the exception of those 2 pieces of ladder. And I guarantee if that's the worst of it, we will be just fine. Wesley says my participation is directly proportional to the amount of drywall in the base. You are 100% correct with that assessment. And I mean 100%. There's a dupe pathing issue. There shouldn't be. Actually, there is. No, there's not. Actually, there is. You're right. There's a dupe pathing issue. Right here. That can be rectified with 1 piece of ladder. That's not made out of freaking shale, please. Golly. Even there, they actually can move along on the bottom here. That should be fine. They can't go over here anymore, though. That's the problem. So maybe these... Yeah, these 4 tiles if we can't build. But the rest of them is fine. That should be okay here. And yes, the metal tiles are going deeper and deeper. Oh yeah, look at that. coming down nicely. As a matter of fact, there is nothing stopping us from already going ahead and planting the first few here. Oh, yeah, ladders. Not happy about ladders. Let's fix the ladders so we can put in a couple more here. Temperatures should be going down quite drastically. Very, very shortly here. Alright, first couple are in, they can grow, and we can then also move in the first floxes. No problem at all, there is one. Let's wrangle it, and let's turn this one here off. Completely. We can probably wrangle all of them, because up here they also have nothing to eat, at least not anymore. Their chances of survival are much better on the bottom than up here on the top. So I would argue, let's snag him, let's grab him, and let's take him out of here. While we're at it, let's rip out everything that's here in the middle, because we definitely don't need it anymore. So yeah, let's see if they do any better down here. Negative 16 degrees, that means now it is officially better down here than it was ever up there, or at least than it is up there right now. First flocks is here, more are coming. Fertilization is of course lacking, but the dukes will come by and get that taken care of very shortly here as well. Very good. We just need one more tile down here of aluminum to actually touch all the way this mercury down here. And that should surge through here quite nicely. Okay, very good. Up here on the top, we're still waiting for obsidian. How? Oh, because everything else, like the cleaning, is more important. That's how. That makes sense. Instead of 36 cycles, but we can go ahead and put in a few more pieces here. Our steam is down to 100 grams and 130 degrees Celsius. That is fine, as long as we build our stuff here out of iridium, and that's exactly what we are planning on doing anyway. Okay, we need a liquid pump. And again, built out of iridium, and it's going to live right there. We are going to grab us a liquid vent. That's going to live right above it. And that one can be built basically out of anything. As long as it doesn't melt, it doesn't matter. So let's build it out of wolframite, because we haven't used that for anything yet all run, so we might as well use it for that. Sure, why not? Why not? Next in plumbing, we are going to grab us insulated pipes, and the insulated pipes are going to be made out of obsidian. All the pipes that are transporting liquid magma need to be made out of obsidian, just like before. And we're going to build it exactly like this here. And now we are going to get into some issues right here with our ladder, but we're going to solve those once this here is built. So we can close this here off. Basically, once the entire inside is done, we're going to close it off, and then we can move this ladder here around, because we don't need to reach this here anymore. So let's also put in the conductive wire and also make it out of material that is not going to melt, like for example steel through the wall. All right, let's put this here in for right now, and you know what, let's go all the way, because there's one more thing missing, and that's a conduction panel that I'm also going to build out of iridium. The thermal conductivity 340, it is a little bit worse than the 410 of our aluminum, but it's still more than high enough for our use case. So let's put it in like this way, and that should be fine. Liquid magma as opposed to solid rock. You do have a point there, Bestie. You do have a point there. Okay, conduction panel is here though. In plumbing, we need some insulated pipes that we also can build right now. Those can be made out of igneous probably. Yeah, no, can be not be, needs to be made out of obsidian through here, because it is going to sit straight and squarely in magma. But the right side doesn't matter. The right side is fine. Okay, all this here needs to be done before we can close it off. That should be okay. Isn't there some new shirts for Vesti? I don't know, what do you mean? We unlocked a few, yes, but I don't know if there are any specifically for Vesti in there. Yeah, we should be building those two. I am going to give these here a little bit of a higher priority. They're so far away from the rest of the base, that is a problem. So hopefully dupes will bring by phosphorite and seeds a little bit faster, and that should be okay. Okay, down here on the bottom, everything seems to be fine. How much water is still left in this pipe? Actually, not a lot. Wow, that was emptied out a hell of a lot faster than I expected it to be, not gonna lie. But that is totally okay. I won't complain. And you know what? This metal tile here, we're also going to deconstruct it, just so this water here can eventually flow over here once we get rid of all this water right here. because we are going to change this pipe here very, very soon. Matter of fact, while we are at it, let's grab this liquid bridge right here and let's get rid of it. Just because we can, once again. Apparently liquid gas is an actual thing, so what do I know? Right? What do any of us know? In the grand scheme of things. Negative 33 degrees. I'm wondering if it would be better to make these few tiles on the left here insulated, so we are not wasting any kind of heat energy on our tiles over here. That may be a decent idea, and the same may actually be true for this tile right here. So we are not also trying to heat up these tiles right here. That is certainly not what we want to do here in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, we should see this here heat up relatively quickly, because this here is now where all of our gas is going to cool down. It comes up at 137 degrees. And then by the time we make it all the way up here, we are down to 80. So yeah, this area here is now going to heat up, and that's totally fine. We don't care about this area. That's why we moved it in the first place. This here is now at negative 13.8. That should be low enough that we can plant one more. Slowly but steadily, we're going to make our way all the way through here. How are we doing up here? Oh yes, look at this here. More and more stuff is being moved. Slowly but steadily. The dupes are most definitely doing their best on cleaning up here. Very, very good. We're making progress, and it's just fine. Investing says there's a Wikipedia article on liquid air. I don't even... Right. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. At the end of the day, I will probably give this here just a higher priority so we can get it done. I think that makes the most sense at this point in time here. Then we can build the rest. In our F6 overlay, this here is going to be the heart of our operation, and this here needs to be done correctly, or we're gonna be in a world of pain really, really quickly. Also these two right here. Just hate looking at things that are not finished. I don't know. William's here. William says morning. Morning, William. How's it going? I hope you're doing okay today. Yep, everything's being picked up and being moved. It's fine. The dupes know best what needs to be done here. This thing down here, is it actually completely done? I kind of keep forgetting. No, it's not. Oh, it's definitely not, because we still have steam in here as well. I mean, technically speaking, doesn't even matter. We can just close this here off. Like this. And once it's closed off, we're just gonna go ahead and we are going to turn on our water supply, and that should be fine. I'm seeing lots of steam. Am I in heaven? Nah, that's just how that goes around here. When a meteor hits your planetoid that you happen to inhabit, chances are high that you will encounter a lot of steam. And that is what happened here. Tail says, hello German engineer, I came back to Oxygen not included and my feed is full of your videos. Well, that's good. I guess for once the YouTube algorithm is doing what it's supposed to. That's funny. Like, there are worse things that you can tell me. Okay, that should be fine. Don't need to pick up this here. Only need this here. Still have not tried the lab version of the Impact, neither have I, but we will eventually here. Once we get tired of this version of the game, we will try the lab next. How about that? Yep, a little bit of water, a little bit of nonsense. That's going to happen because we're down to 39 grams, so it basically takes no energy anymore to condensate that steam. Not enough mass anymore. But the mass that we do have is still slowly but steadily being moved out into space. And once we are through with it, once we have a vacuum in here, all we have to do is mop down here, and it shouldn't be a big problem at all. All good, all without issue. Not steam, gaseous water. Gaseous water, right? Okay. one more piece up here. Is that unreachable? No, it should be reachable, right? I believe so. Yes. But the rest is just cleaning up, and then we can continue building here. As a matter of fact, we can already continue building here. At least in power, we can grab us, not solar panels, but steam turbines. We can make them out of something. This here doesn't have to be 100% melt-proof, but it also shouldn't necessarily melt at 300 degrees. So let's try it with iron. Iron is just fine. And if we count it correctly, then 4 steam turbines should fit into the space here correctly. And they do, exactly as anticipated. That's great. That's good. That's what it should be. We can also go ahead directly and put in a few more other pieces, this time out of aluminum. We can put in right here conduction panels 1, 2, 3, and 4, right smack that in the middle. And 3C, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. Truly, truly appreciate the basis bucks. Thank you for that. And thank you for joining today. With insulated pipes made out of granite, no, out of igneous rock, that's better. We are somehow going to get through here in one way, shape, form, or another. It's just a question of time, but we will get it done somehow. And then, last but not least, we will need to come down here, straight across the board, all the way into here. Except right here. Didn't I say we need an extra space? I need to figure this here out. We will have to come most definitely into here, but I don't know exactly how to continue yet. We need to do some measurements here to see exactly what we are dealing with, because this is highly important for the startup phase. Goliath, are you coming, or is this reachable, or am I crazy? I don't think that's reachable, but it doesn't show it's not reachable. So what is the deal here? Theoretically, it shouldn't be reachable, right? I don't know. Let's just give it some more time and see what happens, I guess. Nope, it is reachable. Oh, it's reachable from this tile. I was thinking from this tile. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. Well, that makes it a hell of a lot easier for us. We can put the rest here in of the stuff that we can already build. And yeah, go from there. How about we close this here off now? Just because we can once again. And that also allows us to go too wide over here on the left side. And that allows us then to put in a liquid reservoir. Liquid reservoir, by the way, does have an overheat temperature, so we have to build it either out of steel or out of iridium for the time being, because it will overheat otherwise. So let's make that happen. And we're just going to use iridium for the time being, just because that is fine. Also, dupes, I would have preferred it if you would have built those 2 pieces right here first, but that's okay. Doesn't really make too big of a difference, to be quite honest. Alright, that allows us to finish this here up as it should be. We can do something like this here, for example, and come back out here. And you know what? Look at this. We can just feed it straight through here, straight in here, down over here, and then right here, we have a perfect spot for our thermal aqua. Right beside this neutronium. We cannot build it on top of the neutronium. That's not going to fly, because we do need something on the bottom that looks like this. And that can only be done if we are not right over neutronium. So let's make that happen right away. I see liquid gas being made right now, says Kiotis, through the physical process of condensation. I mean, you do have a good point there, indeed. You do have a good point there, indeed. Also, one more thing. Not that we need to, but if we want to, we do have the option to walk along here. So let's make that happen. Put one tile of our one piece of ladder right here, so the dupes can kind of come on top of here as well if we need to. I'll make sure to try to get myself stuck in as many awkward places as possible this stream. As usual, says 3C. Yes, you are very good in that. Pretty sure that's a required skill for all dupes. That is a required skill for all dupes. Yes, indeed. It comes by default. For the Rhineland says there's also in thermodynamics with water a so-called triple point at which all 3 phases, gas, liquid, and solid, coexist. That has to do something with pressure then, right? The word says von Rhineland, not in oxygen, not included. There isn't. No, there's not. There is not. And thank God there is not, because that is the mechanic that makes all the fun things in oxygen not included possible. Like infinite storages, for example. That we can only have one element in one state at one given time in any one given tile. That is what makes all of this possible. Okay, very good. We did introduce a little bit of extra steam down in the bottom, but we are going to build those steam turbines right here. They're already being cooled. They're already being exhausted, but let me check this here out. So down here on the bottom, I was thinking about this, so let me do it before I forget about it later. That would be an issue. Material-wise, it just should be something that can't melt so easily. It once again has to be either wolframite, steel, iridium. Yeah, one of the three. Doesn't really matter which of the three. It doesn't have an overheat temperature. It's just about melt temperature here. Iridium, we have 63 tons. It's a... yeah, it's something that we need. Let me put it that way. Right here. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. So what I need to do is I need to have 1, 2, 3... Yes, this here is where the insulated tiles actually are going to live. And we are going to rip out this insulated tile right here instead. Let's make that happen, dupes. This is actually highly important. I will explain why, though. Okay. Very good. Let's get this here done real quick. Thank you. Now I can go ahead and build this stuff. Now we have the space. So we need the liquid valve. The liquid valve needs to live right here. And I need 3 of them. That is highly important. And then I need insulated gas pipes. Sorry, liquid pipes, not gas pipes. Made out of obsidian. Highly important. Coming out and into this wall right here. And once we come out of the wall, we're going to switch straight to aluminum. 600 degrees. Yes, that sounds insane. I know. But it will get the job done. One goes right here, one goes right here, and one goes right there. That should get the job done exactly as it should be. And we can also put in all these vents. And now I'm going to have basically no space right here, so I'm going to put it one over. That makes more sense. Let me grab a pipe right here that's made out of obsidian. That's fine, I guess. It can be igneous, though. And let's bring this here over. Okay, that is a big part of the piping done. Very, very nice to see. Now we just need to get the dupes to dig their way through here. That is required, so let's make it happen. And look at this here. Even here, the dupes fit through. What a luck. Technically, there are no states in oxygen not included. Steam, ice, water, oxygen, hydrogen, and so on. Each are different elements. Some of them happen to have thermal transitions to others. Well, that is very true. In oxygen not included, it is handled that way. But for all intents and purposes, they are still quote-unquote changing state. Depending on how you want to look at it, I guess. Done does not equal planned. That is correct. That is correct indeed. We also have 3 pieces of ladder in here that I don't know how the hell they ended up in here, but let's get rid of them. I do know that we do need 1 piece of ladder right here, though, because we do have 1 piece of pipe that we can't reach. So let's make sure that is a non-issue. And we can rectify it right away. Dupes, there's still more than enough stuff here that needs to be carried around. So how about we put a little bit of a higher priority on that and get that stuff out of here while we are building the rest. Slowly but steadily chipping away. Killjoy says, Bier, do you think it would be worth it to run to scatter metal tiles around your steam room to run your conveyor rails through to extract heat from the debris faster? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I haven't needed it so far. It wasn't really necessary. What is the output of the thing here? Average output 1.1 kilograms per second. Yeah, I don't think so, honestly. Killjoy, because I have 3 liquid valves here, which are all 3. Each one of them supports up to 1 kilogram per second. So we are taking much more out than we are putting in. I don't think we need to speed that up. I think it makes no difference for us here, to be quite honest. But I like the idea. And then Vesti over on Twitch says, I love the idea of scattered metal shards in a giant pressure container. God. I guess that is one other way to look at it. 3C says, what could possibly go wrong, right? What could possibly go wrong, indeed. Let's go back into plumbing and let's grab us the liquid pipe thermal sensor while we're at it. What it's made out of, nobody cares. We're gonna put an automation wire in and smack that in as well before I forget it later. And while we are working on this here, we might as well at least get started with the basics right here of our conveyor rail system, because the conveyor rail system is a little bit more intricate than usual, just because I don't know exactly where we need to build it. Let me think about this. In shipping, we are going to grab us a... Where are you at? Conveyor shutoff, there you are. And the conveyor shutoff needs to have, at the bare minimum, one tile between itself and the thermal aqua tuner. So that's the minimum. Why don't we give it 2? Yeah, why don't we give it 2? And the conveyor loader needs to be right beside it. Does it matter how? Probably not, honestly. Let's run some conveyor rails and let's see how that works. Iron ore is just fine. We are going to come out of the conveyor rail. Sorry, out of the conveyor rail, I'm saying. Out of the conveyor loader right here. And we're just going to snake our way through here. Let's see. Let's see what this here looks like. Oh, look at this. It's perfect. It fits in here like a glove. Does this continue? Oh, yeah, look at this. Oh, my goodness. It couldn't be much better. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, seriously, though. Give me the rail back. Rail goes to here. The only thing that I'm going to change is I'm going to connect these two together. And I'm going to snip it off right here. And I'm going to connect this output over to here. There we go. And then just for good measure, I don't think we would actually need it, but just for good measure, I'm going to get rid of the conveyor rail on the inside and put a bridge in here that tells the material in what direction to go at all times. And that should theoretically be okay. What else? What else do we need here? Down here on the bottom, we could go... I mean, we have all the space here, and we should utilize it to our advantage. So let's make that happen. We're going to put the conveyor bridge over to the left side. Does that work? Yeah, no, that does barely work, actually. Holy cow. Yep, that does work. Yes, there's the output. We are going to grab us in... shipping once again the conveyor meter. The conveyor meter is just going to be down here right beneath it. Yeah, that's going to be... It fits like a glove in here. I can barely believe it, how well this works. It's almost like it's built for this system. That's crazy. Let's grab us some metal tiles made out of aluminum, and let's just give it rather too much than not enough in this particular case right here. Put in insulated tiles on the edges. Put in automation wire right here. And then in F6, we are going to come down here. Or we don't even have to come down because we just have a radiant liquid pipe that comes out of here. Yeah, that's why I don't ever do that. And let's bring that over to the right. And then right here, we just have to find a way to get with our cold water up there. That's going to be the more interesting part. Yeah, something like this here is not going to work. Nope. No, that's not going to work. Hold on. I need to come... Yeah, this is going to work. There we go. That's going to do it. That's going to do it. Oh, yes, that is going to do it. I'm already planning for the pipe that's going to come down here. In case you're wondering, there's another pipe that is going to be here. That is actually going to have magma in it. So that is why I'm building so randomly, from the looks of it. But what you're going to see is that the pipe that is going to come down here is going to look like this. It's going to come down exactly where our ladder is currently, and it's going to connect right here. That is why this here is so imperative, where exactly this pipe here goes. Yeah, that's going to be great. I'm actually surprised that I still remember all this stuff. I'm sure I will forget something. Well, did you specifically build it for the system? No, of course not. I have built this here before, but the last time it was like a year ago. I have most definitely not built it for this system. Yes, an auto sweeper will be needed on the inside as well. There are a few more things that are needed in here. But this year's already a lot to do for the dupes. So let's give them some time to get this here started. Get some more of this stuff here moved out. We will have to do a little bit of mopping and whatnot, so yeah. If they built the liquid valves first, the rest is blocked. Wait, what? If they built the liquid valves first, the rest is blocked. Which liquid valves? You mean these here? Wait, a dupe cannot go past those? A dupe cannot go past those. I did actually not know that the dupe cannot walk past a liquid valve. Huh, interesting. Alright, learned something new. Why not? Well, let's rip out the top two, I suppose. And let's make sure that the dupes can still walk in here. That is somewhat imperative to our mission here. Also, how are you going to pre-seed the steam? The same as I always do. Just with water. It's super simple. That is what makes this here so imperative. You will see words exactly what I mean by that. Oh, he can walk past this here. But he... what? What the hell? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm seeing. Trap dupe from the right? Wait, where is a trap dupe? I don't know where we have a trap dupe. Well, either way. Down here on the bottom, I cannot forget about this sucker right here. Kinda should probably get this here going now. Kinda like this here. Let me make sure this here is set to -5 and this here is set to above 250. That's actually above, yeah, that's above 250, that's right. That's above 200, that's right. That should be okay then. There's a little bit of heat damage down here, I'm sure. In the beginning. Don't you worry though. It will be fine, it will be fine. Everything's hot, I know. Especially up here, oh god. We have our smart battery up here that we are cooling with this conduction panel. That was meant for once it is, ah damn it, what's it called? Once it is in a vacuum, and not once while it is in steam. While it is in steam, that's a problem. We don't want to rip out the smart battery. I want to rip out the conduction panel. Actually, I don't even have to rip it out, do I? I can't just go here instead and snip off these two. In fact, this here and this here. So I can just turn on the smart battery later, so we don't have to deal with that problem right now. A big gap from ladder, 3 tile high. Oh, right here. Killjoy can't get out. Oh, that's what you're saying. I understand. I gotcha. I gotcha. Thanks for the hint. Appreciate that. Definitely didn't see it. But now, it should be rectified here, for the time being at least. And it should be okay. And on top of that, I think it would be even better if we do it like this. Because the neutronium is not going to go anywhere. So it's okay. Thanks for saving me. You're welcome, Killjoy. Looks like we have a little bit more cleaning to do. It's not a lot though. But a lot of the build has been completed. And also steam is basically gone on the inside. I mean, it's negligible at this point. Attempts on the life of Keonis again. Got a little bit of water in here. Thankfully, we are allowed to have it in here. That's totally fine. And we will see what it looks like when this thing here comes out of dormancy. Currently, we are still connected to the main wire. We can see it right now, right here. So that is going on as we speak. But of course, this here is meant to be a self-sustaining system. Therefore, we should be okay by tearing it out shortly. Okay, for the time being, let's check on our phloxes. Phloxes, how are we doing? We can plant a couple more here. The spike is actually not working as well as I would have hoped, honestly. Why is that? Is it literally just because of the inside in here being too hot? probably because of all the tiles that we put in. Let me replace a few of these here that are not yet really cold. Let's say all the way to anything that is above -20 is going to be replaced with insulated tiles. And let's see if that makes a difference here in the long run. Because our spike right here is definitely transferring energy, there's no question. Are the insulated tiles hot? They are a little bit warm. They are made out of igneous rock. But I don't think that that is the culprit right here. I think it is mainly the air that is in here that is constantly being heated up by the right side and other areas. Let's see if that assumption is correct or not. We will see shortly. But also in the F6 menu, that's right, we should see that this here is now complete. And we can just hook up this pipe here straight to the inlet. That's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna use this pipe here with water. Simple, straightforward, exactly as it should be. And we will just utilize this water right here to keep this oil well here running to make us as much oil as we want, basically. Okay, there we go. Putting in more insulated tiles. Are they all just spawning at 45 degrees? Is that just a normal temperature for them? Is that how that works? I actually don't know. Not gonna lie. But we will see. We will see. Ichiban is here. Ichi, how are you doing today? And thanks for joining. Oh, yeah. Let's see if this here makes any difference at all in the long run. Also, we do have phosphorite over here that is actually extremely cold, I just realized. Why not just grab this stuff right here? And if we use it to for our pike apple bushes, maybe, just maybe, it will help. Okay, up here on the top, of course, all of our conveyor rails and whatnot are only at 45 degrees, so they're helping with condensation. But again, we don't care. We are allowed to have water in here. We want to have water in here, as a matter of fact. So let's not be too worried about that. We do want an auto sweeper, as words reminded me, 100%. That needs to happen. And we are just going to plop it probably... It doesn't matter too much exactly where it's at, honestly. Here should be fine. But I also want to do one more thing, and that is a robo-miner. We shouldn't need it, but in an absolute worst-case scenario, it is nice to have it available. So let's make sure we do have it available in case that worst-case scenario actually occurs. Let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't, but you never, ever know what's going to happen next, and oxygen not included. So let's be ready for the worst-case scenario here. So let's hook all this here up to power. We will need an actual power source, and we will also need to connect these 4 steam turbines here to our main grid. This time we don't have a choice, that has to happen, because that is so much wasted energy if we don't. So we will, in fact, make it happen. And I believe what I'm going to do, at least for the time being, is I'm just going to utilize this area right here somewhere and put us down a new large power transformer that will handle the power that is coming out right here for right now. And then later on we can make that a little bit nicer, but for right now this will do just fine. Is that power wire the right material for the temperature? Let me check it out. This here is made out of nickel. Yes, it's fine. It's probably fine here on the inside, because if this stuff here ever reaches higher than like 300 degrees, we're gonna have a problem anyway. So we will see. Historically, though, with this exact system right here, of course, without the modifications with the neutronium, so we will see how that goes. But historically, the temperature in here hovers around the 220 to 250 degree mark. That's usually where we live. And main grid is always a pain in the ass. Yeah, the main grid is going to be a pain in the ass. And of course, the main problem is the main grid moves this big fat red line all the way up here to the top. And that is usually the main issue. But let's see what we can do here. I believe that I can just come with a ladder right here. And then I can go ahead and grab us in power right around here. A heavy watt conductive plate. We're going to plop that in right here. And then we're going to have heavy watt conductive wires built out of copper. That's fine. And bring it all the way through here. All the way through there, that's okay. And let's bring it all the way down here. Let's see if there's anything at all that will stop us from doing so. We will have a little bit of water that it will splash out. That is going to happen. Do we care? Absolutely not. That's fine. Let's bring this through. And look at that. It actually works out just like this. So let's do all of that. And let's see if that helps us out at least a little bit here. Okay, making progress. Slowly but steadily, we are getting there. Most of the steam has dissipated. That's great. Iron Volcano is still dormant. That's okay. And down here on the bottom, we still have 33 cycles to deal with this hydrogen vent here. What is actually missing here, honestly? Let me take a quick look here. Yeah. Water. Yeah, we could use water because we have it nearby. Do we have anything else? We have a little bit of polluted water. We have a little bit of salt water right here. We could use salt water. I'm pretty sure that was the plan originally, to use salt water here. So let's make it happen just real quick. Just so we have this build here ready as well. Before when it turns on. That would be the general idea. Let's turn this here off instead. And let's hook it up to power. And this here can just fill up this liquid reservoir here with salt water. That's good enough for this build here. By far. By far. That's not a lot of margin? Nope, it's not a lot of margin. But it doesn't need to be. The 250 degrees, I'm assuming, is what you're referring to. Yeah. What liquid are you going to use on the aqua tuna? Yeah, down here on the bottom, like I said, it is going to be salt water. Ichiban says, ich trinke ein Holzen auf dein Wohl. Prost, mein Freund. Well, I appreciate that, Ichiban. Thank you very much, but please keep it in English. I would appreciate that. Pipes love salt water. Pipes do love salt water. That is very true indeed. Can't deny the facts here. Can't deny the facts. What else do we have going on up here? Looks like most of the build has been, well, built, but we do still have some material laying around here. Is it iridium and glass? Do we not have a storage for it? No, we don't. For neither. That explains a lot of things. And if we don't have it on the top, we also don't have it on the bottom. But let's fix it. Glass and iridium are both allowed to be stored here, of course, as well. And that also explains why none of that stuff was picked up the entire time. Explains quite a lot of things, actually. So let's make sure that gets done now. I was referring to the Volcano tamer. Oh, the Volcano tamer. This one right here, we can use anything really. We can use, for example, polluted water. And that's probably most likely what we are going to use up here. It's going to be polluted water. It's going to be good enough for our purposes. Yeah, we have some polluted water nearby that we can grab. That will be okay. Don't need to have anything fancy for this build right here. Polluted water is just fine. Okay. 7.5 kilograms of water already here. That makes our lives a hell of a lot easier. Are we yet in a vacuum state? Yes, we are. Up here on the top, we are in fact in a vacuum state. And it looks like down here on the bottom, we're also entering that same type of vacuum state very, very shortly. Very nice to see. That's great. Let's bring it all out. Ichiban says, of course, I said I'll drink a Holstein beer in favor of your well-being, my friend. That is indeed what you said. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Because I was thinking one aqua tuna is not going to be enough for 4 steam engines. No, it should be enough. It'll work. It'll work. It should work. Unfortunately, we don't really have anything else that would be better than polluted water available right now. Of course, if you have something that is better, use it. But since we don't have anything, it is what it is. We have mercury, but mercury just sucks due to the specific heat capacity of 0.14. It has a much, much lower point of freezing, or freezing point. But the specific heat capacity is 4.19 on polluted water. And that is what makes it so valuable. Okay. Last few pieces are being picked up. Dupes are getting it done, finally. Then we can close it off. We need to get this water out of here, though. That has to happen. All of this water here has to go. Can't have a single drop in here, because that would be maximum detrimental to our efforts, to say the least here. Yep, let's mop up that last drop there, please. Then we can start building the piping nonsense that we need right here. Also, thinking of the piping nonsense that we need right there, we do need a pipe that basically goes into here and all around, and that is our overflow pipe. I can't forget about that. That is going to be important as well. So let's put that in real quick so we have it later. But yeah, looks like everything has been cleaned up here and everything looks to be pretty nice. So let's finish this here up really quickly. We need several things. We will need to start with, in plumbing, we need a liquid valve. It needs to be made out of iridium or anything else that doesn't melt. It's literally only about melting. That's what we're looking for. And then we need to rip out some what is it called? Some ladders right here. But to figure out where to rip out the ladders is going to be a little bit difficult, or the dupes will not be able to reach it anymore. So let me see. Just right here on the bottom is a one tile that needs to be ripped out. And then right above it, we have the bridges that come up. The bridges are 3 long. So we should need it theoretically right here. Yeah, I believe so. Let me see if that is correct once it's ripped out. I'm going to put it right next to the ladder to save space. Just so we have it right here, all together in one nice area. And it just is what's stuck in my brain, honestly. Let's see, iridium right here. We will need it from right to left and here as well. And then we need liquid bridges. So let me double check that that is correct here. Yes, it is. We need one right here and one right there. That is okay. Then we're going to come through here, into there, and over. This one goes in. This here goes around in a loop, not like this, but like that. And then last but not least, we have the output that comes along here and up. And of course, that will need, well, all of this needs to be built out of obsidian, is it? Yes. Yep, all good. We will need the liquid bridge, and the liquid bridge is just going to live right here. And then with the insulated pipe, we are going to come down all the way around to here. This here is the entire build. This is what we need. The math was correct to where we need to rip out our pieces of ladder. Very good. That's fine. I will also rip out the other pieces of ladder, so the dupes will have to come over here. But that will make it a little bit more obvious, so we can see it a little bit easier exactly what's going on with this build. Okay. Of course, we got a dupe stuck in here. How else would it be? Would have been boring if we didn't manage that. So let's put one piece back in. Thank you, 3C. There we go. Before we rip this here out, though, let's cancel this deconstruction. Let's put in those 2 insulated tiles. Should be okay. A mechanical liquid filter? Yes, this is, in fact, a mechanical liquid filter. That is the plan here. That's what we need. Typical dupe trapping themselves. Yep. Indeed. Could save a lot of pipe units in this design, but you would never be able to see what's going on. Yes, you could save a lot of pipe units in this build indeed, but I like to build it this way, especially live on stream, because otherwise I can never ever explain what the hell is going on here. Never ever would that be possible otherwise. Here, at least it is somewhat visible what's going on. You could build, for example, that liquid valve. Down here on the bottom it would work just the same way, but then it's a complete mess. A complete mess. Iron Volcano, how you doing? 66 seconds. Cool. How's our water temperature? Down to 11 degrees. Well, kind of sort of down to 11 degrees, I guess. It's doing something. It's working. It's fine. Joshua says oxygen not included is like sorcery. We make it work, and it works. We just can't explain how it works. Well, actually, that is the whole point. I would like to explain how it works. Also, how did we get some water in here? Oh, there was steam in there. Also, we have been here for an hour and a half, basically. So I would say let's go ahead and check out our first blueprint of the day. And we have some frilly charcoal socks in common quality, a thick, soft gray socks with extra flounce. Very flouncy, gotta love it. Where it says this, but that's why we watch Bier. He does explain how it works and builds it bigger so we can see how it works. That's right. Is at least a general idea. Very, very true indeed. Okay, this thing here erupts in 40 seconds and we will see if I fucked up this build here or not. So we will see if it works or if there's some kind of flaw that I overlooked during building it. This is the first time this iron volcano here erupts. Wesley says beer is oxygen not included. Sesame Street confirmed. Right. How I feel sometimes. Okay. The iron's coming out. Yeah, I just already see an issue. Whoopsie daisy. That is somewhat important right here. And that's not reachable either, isn't it? No, it's not. Need a ladder here. Without that one piece here, we are not going to do anything with this build. So let's fix that, please. Also, this here needs to be set to something, or it's also not going to do anything at all. It's like the philosophy of if something might fail, it would. Yup. This episode is brought to you by yet another trap, dude, says 3C. That's right. That is very, very correct indeed. We are going to need one tiny little bit of piece of help right here, or one extra piece. I'm going to build just one tile right here, that's fine, and one piece of insulated pipe. And we are going to grab us a bottle drainer. That bottle drainer right here will come in handy later, but for the time being, we just need it. It needs to exist, so I don't forget it later. One infinite storage. 2 infinite storages. Westy, you're killing me. You are absolutely killing me. Oh, we could reach it. Well, I'm just an idiot. That works too. No complaints there. Let's see. What else is missing here? Nothing. Oh. I was just not patient enough. That is what's missing. Let's see. Once again here in our overview. What's the temperature of this stuff? 12 degrees. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. All right. Very good. 10 degrees. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The main question that I'm having right now is, can I do that? This is set to 10 and 100. That's fine. Currently, our 2 steam turbines right here should be producing the power to keep everything running. At least in theory. It may be a little bit too early, because the samurai aquatuna here is going to kill us. Because the temperature of our water is still too high. Yeah, I will probably just keep on the power a little bit longer, just until our water here is, or our samurai aquatuna here turns off during idle. And that should solve our problem. Alright, back up here to the main project that we have going on. Let's see where we left off. Up here, in the F6 overlay. We need to double check everything. We have right here our pump. Our pump comes out and over with our petroleum or whatever else we're going to use and our lava or magma. And it brings it into this pipe here along. If it is petroleum or whatever else, it should come along and into here. If not, it should go up here into this loop and be spit out right here. Put over to the right and brought down this pipe all the way to these liquid valves. That is the main plan right here. But at the same time, if this pipe here is full, that's what we have our overflow for. Then we're just going to pick the lava back up and put it back here into our volcano area. That is the general idea at least. So let's see if we can make that happen. For that, we do have this bottle drainer right here, and this bottle drainer right here is specifically made for the petroleum or whatever else we're going to use. We're probably going to use petroleum because I've used it so many times in the past that I just know 100% for a fact that it will work. So let's do all of this here. Literally all of it. Yeah, all of this here is fine. That should be cool. Later on, we will have to hook this here back up, but this is going to be the very last thing that we are doing. The very last thing is to start this here up and reconnect these pipes. Everything else literally comes first. So let's go down here and let's double check this piping right here on the bottom. We are coming with our water out of our liquid reservoir, coming through here into our thermal aqua tuner, coming down here to the bottom. This connection is not made, neither is this one. Let's fix it and cancel it. And then let's bring it down here through a radiant liquid pipe, all the way through the outside on the right, up here through the bridge, into this one conduction panel right here, which is here to cool our pump. That's its main purpose in life. That is why we have it. And then we're going to bring it down here through all of these right here, which are our steam turbines. Very good. That should theoretically work exactly as it is. And then down here on the bottom, we have radiant liquid pipes that are going straight through our steam chamber and that are connected currently to nothing. So let's change that as well and cancel it. Very, very nice. Now let's take a look into the automation overlay, make sure that's all correct, and it is not. We are missing something right here, and that is in automation. We are missing the... No, that's not an automation, it's in shipping. We are missing the conveyor belt thermal sensor. There we go, in automation. We only need the wire. That needs to be put in here. That is what we need. In F2, everything is hooked up to power that needs to be hooked up to power. That's great. We just need to make sure that, well, we get a little bit more power than this. In one way, shape, form, or another. And that is also something that needs to happen. Up here, we're going to grab this heavy conductive wire, and we are going to bring it out right there. For that, we need a heavy conductive wire as well that comes through here and up there to the top. Okay. Brendan says, LOL, what did I miss? I was being an adult and cleaning my apartment. Words is never a good idea, Brandon. Ah, yes. And Ichiban says, why I like oxygen on not included, question mark. It is temperature, pressure, gases, and so on. Calculating, that's the fun. I do it on paper, on OneNote and other apps, and then I get into it and mess up. That's the fun. I agree. If everything always just works on the first try, it's not fun. Figuring it out and getting stuff to work, that's where the fun actually is for me as well. Doing something you haven't done before, you haven't at least done in a long time, like building this thing here. I haven't built one in a long time. I enjoy this right now, personally. I haven't built one in a long, long time, indeed. So I'm hoping that it will work out on the first try, but chances are high that I will forget something very trivial and that I will fuck it up badly. So stand by for that. Automation overlay, once again, this is correct, and this is correct. That's all we need. All the other inlets, outlets, and whatnot are not required. Beer, hold my bear. Right? Oh god. Let's put in the insulated tiles down here on the bottom. Of course, that will mean we will need to rip out one extra tile right here. And as a matter of fact, I may need to leave this one tile here open because the dupes otherwise will not be able to build all this. So let's make it happen. That should be good. And then we need to make a decision what we are going to use here water-wise. Are we just going to use salt water? With a specific heat capacity of 4.1, that would be okay. I mean, brine would be much better if we had some brine laying around. I believe at least brine is better, if I remember correctly. Let me check on that. Well, the specific heat capacity is 3.4, but the freezing point is negative 22.5. So I guess it's not a wash. Salt water is probably better, technically. Or we have this polluted water right here. We have this pipe already. That's right. We already have this pipe. Yeah, that's what we are going to use. It's already here. What am I even worried about? It's already right here. Just gotta expand it a little bit. Just a little bit. Here, dudes, built this. Not a temporary build. It's all good. Set up a temporary bathroom and make PO2. That would take a long time to get that done. Also, what I wanted to do is, I wanted to snip this here off a long time ago. Clearly, we are not doing anything with our refibers right here. We are completely out of polluted water, basically. And we also are up to 251 units over here. We can see it. So it's kind of pointless. And something we haven't done all day. Right here. We haven't looked into this here yet. We have options available in our printer. We have a Steve, an Ada, a Liam, and we have some salt water. 2,000 kilograms, 2 metric tons of it to be precise. We have a Steve at doctoring +9, an Ada with researching +7, and a Liam with a rocketry +7. Steve is a caregiver and unpracticed artist. Ada has an iron gut and is gastrophobic, and the Liam has an iron gut, is a rock fan, and is also gastrophobic. Those are the 3 dupes plus the salt water that we have available and the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think we should do, and that is exactly what we are going to do as well. Okay, while I wait for the results from that poll to come in. Yes, of course, codependent here got stuck together with someone else's at 3C. I can't tell. There's literally... How many dupes are in there? Is it 2 or 3? I can't tell. It's 2. It's codependent and Victor Milan. Good job. Carlos 2D, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I truly appreciate that. Will magma be overflown if the pump stops working? You mean up here? No. No, the magma should not be able to come up here, I believe. Okay. Even with the short here, with the short area right here, it should still not overflow, I believe. I guess we will see eventually if that belief is actually correct or not. Okay, the salt water has won drastically. I don't even have to count here. We don't have a single other vote. Salt water it is. We're gonna grab it. So let's make it happen. Okay, last insulated tile. Very good. Is there anything else that we need in here other than the water itself? I honestly don't think so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in just a bottle emptier. That should be fine for our purposes. We're going to plop it in. And we are just going to bring some water manually by from wherever we have our pitcher pump. Where is our pitcher pump? Oh yeah, that's right. It's up here. There's our pitcher pump. That's where we're going to grab the water. And we're going to bring it all the way up here. And this time we need to do a little bit of extra math here because this here is 76 tiles, 19 by 4. And when we take a look at our normal volcano tamer, usually this here is 10 by 3, so 30 tiles. So we need basically more than twice as much water than we need for our normal volcano tamer. Usually we do, let me think about this. If we assume it's 20, it's 80 tiles. If I put 400 kilograms of water per bottom tile in here, then it should give us roughly 100 kilograms on the inside. Yes, so we need roughly 400 kilograms. Yeah, 400 kilograms of water per tile along the bottom floor right here. Actually, a little bit more than that because we have a neutronium in here as well. Plus, we are cut off right there. So our actual floor tiles are only 18. So we need more than that. We need roughly 450 kilograms or so per tile in here to get to roughly 100 kilograms of steam. That should be okay. Okay, very good. That's what we need. Somebody please build this bottle emptier here real quick. Yes, I know there are some really hot materials around here. Let's see one more time if we can get more of this random stuff out here. Looks like there is a little bit more in this area. So let's grab it and let's get rid of it. Let's get out of here. We don't want to create more steam here if we don't absolutely have to. Okay, bottle empty is here. We're gonna say water number 9, enable auto bottle, and that should be okay. And then eventually we will just move with our pitcher pump over here to the next one. As a matter of fact, for the time being, I'm just going to disable this one right here. And I'm going to enable this one right here. Because down here we have the water. As a matter of fact, is this here overflowing already? It may be. Because we have so much water down here. I believe that this here is actually overflowing because all this here is full of ice. So every time this ice here melts, it puts another 4 tons in here, and we definitely don't have the capacity for another 4 tons in here before it overflows. So yeah, that could be a potential problem, but one that we can deal with. Alright, dupes, bring water. Let's get it done. Is there any need to vacuum out the lava chamber? And when does the volcano next become active? The volcano becomes active in 26 cycles, and there is no need to vacuum out the lava chamber because it's already a vacuum. We have space exposure up here with these 4 tiles right here. That is what created the vacuum for us. And down here on the bottom, this here, if you mean this area, also doesn't make any sense because it's only steam. It's steam now and it will be steam again later, so there's no point in wasting any time on that. Okay, first 200 kgs of water are here. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And that will now have to happen a few more times, let me put it that way, because we don't have any water nearby. It just is what it is. But on the bright side, we can go ahead in the meantime and start the demolishing of Demolior itself. Slowly but steadily. There's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from just taking all of this stuff here out and making it our own. So much material. We definitely can't and won't say no to that. Absolutely no question about that. Let's bring this here down. There's a lot of materials here in this area that we want to get our hands on, no question. So let's make sure that we can get our hands on it by making it reachable. Okay. That should all be doable right here. And we're just gonna go ahead and do that basically across the board. Nothing stopping us from going completely crazy with all of this. Yeah, right here. This is gonna be a little bit of a rat's nest with ladders because it's the only way to finish it. What are you doing here, Malworth? Wait a second. How is there still so much chlorine gas? That's how. I was about to say, didn't we build a pump? Yes, we did, but I'm an idiot. That's why. There we go. Also, don't ever build shit out of shale, damn it. There we go. We can't build this one piece of pipe, and this pump here has done absolutely nothing. Words as I'm sure you already noticed, but if they are adjacent, the dupe can fill up to 4 bottle emptiers in a single trip, carrying up to 800 kilograms of water instead of 200 kilograms. Yes, that is theoretically possible. I keep forgetting about that fact, though. You do have a good point. We could speed this probably up by just building a few more bottle emptiers. Because it will take a hot minute to get all this water in here. It's a lot of water that we need. Lots of water. Fiona says, I'm going to look to see if there is a mod to not build shit out of shale. Yes, I need that mod in my life. The don't build shit out of shale mod is exactly what I need. Also, I just noticed there is a thin layer. A very thin layer of mercury right here, which basically prevents more or less all exchange of gases in this area. Great. That would be a reason why we have so much chlorine gas up here and not down here. I mean, we also have it down here, but it's much lower pressure than up here. And that's the reason. It can't go down because we have a very thin layer of mercury that stops that from happening. And we can see that basically immediately right here. You can see all this stuff here pushing down. Yeah, it's happening right now. Now we are going places. And that place happens to be space. Yep. Wesley says you shall not pass. God damn it. Let's copy the settings across the board and let's just see. Yes, words. Of course, in practice, multiple dupes will start trying to fill the emptiers simultaneously, knocking them out of sync until they're hauling on average maybe 300 kilograms per trip, but still more than 200, which is very true. Of course, in practice, it's not going to be that nice, but it will still, no matter what, speed up what we are trying to accomplish. I really don't care about reducing dupe labor. Really interested in increasing the time frame that we need to build this thing here. There we go. This Doopy actually did it very well. Look at that. 600 kgs at once. Good job. And we are up to 100 kgs. Very good. How the Phlox is doing? Yeah, slowly but steadily. It's getting colder in here. It just takes time. It definitely just takes time. But the Phloxes are at least not complaining. At least not too much complaining, so that's great. Apparently they are getting enough food, at least generally enough food to make us more wood. Our wood is now up to 30 tons. It was at 24 tons earlier. So clearly, it's better than nothing what we are doing over there. It may not be the prettiest build that we have ever done, but it will get the job done. And for right now, all this stuff right here. Let's rip it out and let's reclaim our resources while we are at it as well. Alright, so far, so good. Not much to complain here. Everything seems to be going exactly as intended. Also, this tile can stay. Water-wise, we're getting there. It would be better if the dupes would check when they reach the pitcher pump for additional available deliveries, but I think they only check when they first take the task. I think you're 100% correct, 100% right words. That's exactly how it works. I think it is a lot more random than it is. Than it has anything to do with any kind of intelligence in any way, shape, or form here. Realistically speaking. Let's see, dupes can reach all of this here, so let's make them reach it. And we can also then go ahead and grab this conductive wire and bring it along here, up there, and over here to the left. Of course, the dupes can't build all this here, so let's help them out a little bit. And also put an insulated tile beneath here, just because we can. Not that it's doing a hell of a lot here in this area. Actually, it does. It did actually heat up all this iron ore here. That's where all the heat is coming from. So digging this here up may actually be a very good thing for us, because it reduces the area where the heat is exchanged between the right and the left from 2 tiles wide and a lot of thermal mass in form of iron ore down to 1 singular tile. And that's the heavy watt conductive watt joint plate. Can't really do a hell of a lot about that. That just, well, has to be this way as it is right now. And also right here, yeah. I should have probably built it one further over. That would have been smarter. So let's make that happen real quick, because we can. It's not a big deal. It just needs to be right there instead. Come on, dupes. Somebody come by and rip it out real quick here. Do it. Will your hydrogen vent steam engine room break if the water turn into steam due to overpressure? Let me see. Since we only have down here 1,000 kilograms per tile, and up here we basically have nothing, we can basically just calculate it. 1,000 times 10 makes 10,000. We divide that by 2 because we have 2 tiles, so that makes 5,000 kilograms per tile. It's going to be fine. It's going to be just fine. What I meant to do here, though, is, yeah, not overfill this. That train has left the station, I would guess. That is way overfilled by now. So let's snip this here off to make sure we don't overfill it anymore. But it should be fine, because we still have to empty it out and actually make it rotate around this loop here. Kind of like this. Of course, that has to happen. And therefore, it's not overfilled after all. Isn't that nice? And down here, we are going to say the water was temperature again for... What did we pump in there? Salt water. We have both in here, salt water and brine. So I need to use the higher freezing point, which is negative 7.5 degrees. Let's make sure that we are not going to go below, let's say 6 degrees should actually do the job. 6 degrees is fine. It doesn't need to be super cold or anything. All we are trying to do is getting the temperature of our hydrogen a little bit lower. But that's basically it. And a little bit lower is below 200 degrees. So we are really just cooling the steam turbines. And that's going to be very much future music in the first place. So yeah, this is no issue at all here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to put in a liquid vent. And I'm going to rip out the pipe. Not the pipe, the pump, I mean. The pipe is going to get ripped out later. But for right now, this here will do. Okay, very good. This is fine. And it is now officially ready and legal to get started up whenever this thing here decides to erupt in 26.8 27.6 cycles. Damn, I can't speak anymore. And we can also go ahead and close this here off. So that build is done. That's good. How are we looking over here? Water temperature is very low at negative 4.3 degrees. That is great. It will be negative 5 here very shortly without too big of an issue, I believe. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about it. The only thing that I'm wondering right around now is, though, the thermosensor, that's why. 250. There we go. I was about to say, why are those steam turbines actually running? That's why, because we had an error in our setup. And now, theoretically speaking, this thing here should be absolutely on its own and doesn't need this power wire anymore at all. We will see if that is true or not, so we're going to leave it here for the time being, but theoretically speaking, again, shouldn't be required at all. Also, over here, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to rip out all this stuff right here across the board. Just to get rid of all of the stuff right here that is currently holding all of that heat energy. Let's make sure it disappears. That little hydrogen geyser does deserve a small degree of respect. It's not worthy of that amount of cooling. Well, we do have in this area here a little bit more that we can work with, which is this minor volcano. Was there not one other thing? Could have sworn there was one more. Infectious polluted oxygen vent? No. Well, we basically made this here big enough to supply not only the hydrogen vent, of course, but anything around it as well. So yeah, that is, of course, not the general idea. Usually I built this here with much less water, with only one steam turbine, and then never look at it again. Here we built it with 2, just in case we want to cool something else with that same thermo aqua tuner later. That was the plan for this one. That's what I generally do. The liquid reservoirs, if at all possible, are always filled to the top. If you want to cool something else with this system right here, we can. Kind of like we did right here. We started out with just a tamer, and then later on, we added here our planetary defense system, and it is cooled from the exact same thermo aqua tuner. Then the aluminum volcano is as well. Okay. How much water do we have in here now? 326 kilograms. We're getting there. We're getting there. Getting there quickly, actually. So it should be good. Keonis found one. He says, forbidden items. This mod lets you mark specific debris and resources as forbidden, preventing duplicates from interacting with them until you unforbid them. But does it stop me accidentally building shit from shale? That's the bigger question. Because it doesn't help me if I, let's say, forbid granite and then I have a granite ladder and I do this and then I'm wondering why nothing is being built. Well, because granite has been forbidden. 400 kilograms, that's fine. Bottle emptiers will now be officially deconstructed. That should give us enough water in here for what we need. Okay, should be okay. And no problem at all. All right. 400 kilograms per tile should give us just under 100 kilograms per tile in steel. In steam, I mean, not in steel. And that is kind of the area where we would like to be. Is steel also not allowed to be put in here or what? Are you serious? Sure enough, if it's not up here, then once again, it's also not down here. Must have gotten that real late. But now it's in there, and now the dudes can grab it. Alright, one last time. Let's go through here and make sure that everything's ready to go and ready to roll. And let's just grab some extra stuff here that's just in our way. Alright. If you put all those loose shale in the colony out of reach of dupes, wouldn't it stop being selected by default? It probably would if we would throw it into a hole. Actually don't know though. Because what I do is I just click on whatever is the closest ladder. If it happens to be made out of shale, I click B. It just uses the material automatically. So I actually don't know if that would work or not. But either way around, now this here is done. Alright, more material is being grabbed and being put just in this one tile right here. For example, igneous rock. We have a nice 118.4 tons in this one tile. That is fine. That's totally fine. Okay, through here, I'm going to set the conveyor loader here to everything now, and we need to check out our wiring. The wiring is still lacking. What are we going to do with the wiring? That's probably a bigger question, honestly. What do I want to do with this? There is no automation for this here because it feeds straight into our power grid. So what it does is basically it just relieves these here from running. So these here, there is no automation for them. They're just going to be running whenever they can run. So what I believe I can do here very simply is a large power transformer. I think I just plop it right here, honestly. We're gonna bring this up and in. And we are going to grab us a power wire that we are just going to use and bring through here all the way down. And the problem is I can't get through here cleanly, which means I have to go through the inside, which we can do even with nickel. It's totally okay, and hook it up like this. That's fine. Nothing stopping us from doing precisely this. So let's make that happen. We just need to rebuild one tiny, tiny little thing. And that tiny little thing is, of course, the cooling for this bad boy up here. That has to be done. So let's make it happen. We do need a conduction panel. And the conduction panel, we are just going to put in like this. Yeah, why not? Sure. Just like that. So in F6, we are just going to change this setup here slightly and make it look like this. That should do it. That should fix it. And that should allow us to have our own power supply for this entire area right here. For anything that we ever desire to power, we now have the capability to do precisely that. Another thing is we're going to come through here and hook up this here. Very good. That should give us power anywhere we need it, independent from that main wire that currently just comes through here and basically powers everything else that we currently have in space. All right, very good. 3C says the first rocket should be an unmanned mission to yeet the shale into the depths of space. Ah, I like that idea. I like that idea. Just send the rocket somewhere with all the shale in it. Every last piece. Let it run out of fuel unmanned. And just never have it to be seen again. That would be hilarious, honestly. And then Lolo42 says, nah, hatches are a thing, who doesn't love coal? I mean, that is true. That is very true, in fact. But at the same time, it would be hilarious to just yeet that shit into space. Wait, why all this hate on shale? Because it's we have so little of it that every time when I have something that used to be built out of shale, like this ladder here, I just click on the closest ladder and then want to build it, and it won't get done because those 4 tons of shale are somewhere far, far away down here on the bottom, or who knows exactly where it is. The dupes don't grab it, and nothing gets built. And it has been a problem basically this entire series. That's why there's all this hate on shale. Alright, very good. Just need to get a little bit of aluminum in here, guys. There we go. Very good. Okay. There's also not a hell of a lot that's stopping us from doing now this here. And this here. And we're gonna fill it up with polluted water. We are now hooked up to power down here. That's great. This here is set to everything. Everything is allowed to go into the conveyor loader. And this here is set to what now? No conveyor receptacles. Wait, what? Did we forget something right here? Yes, we did. Damn it. I checked everything double. The one thing I didn't check is the conveyor rail. The conveyor rail is going to look... Well, actually... We can go through here, can't we? Well... No, not really, because it's going through the steam chamber. We don't want to do that. So let's do it like this here instead. How about that? Yeah. Yep. That's how we want it. We just got to put in a conveyor bridge somewhere. Where that somewhere is doesn't matter. But here is about a good a point as any other. So let's do this. Okay. That'll fix it. Kiona says, haha, yeah, that's right. I put in the automation wire this time, but I forgot the entirety of the conveyor rail. That is somewhat important. Do need that. Definitely do need that. So let's fix it up and let's get it done. Was the pipe coming out of the bridge radiant instead of insulated? This one? Nope, all good. Everything here is exactly what it should be, where it should be. But let me double check everything. Nope, everything is exactly what it should be. Where it should be. Nope, I don't see a problem. Cage just looked like it for a Mindo. No problem. I'm more than happy to double check. In a build like this, and a mistake is made extremely quickly, so double checking is always good advice. Always. Doc, what happened with you? Why are you running around here? Instead of laying down in one of our comfy beds that I don't remember where we put them. Where did we put them? I know we ripped them out last time because we needed the space, but we rebuilt them. Up here. That's where we put them. Doc, go lay down. Somebody else can do this for you. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Oh yeah, look at all this nonsense that we are pumping out into space. Beautiful. And how is it now with this here? It is coming down. It was all the way up here. It is coming down slowly but steadily. Pressure is decreasing from 1600 to 1400. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's just a question of time. Jason Feltzer is here. Says, got home late, guys. How is everyone today? Beer, can I get a dupe check, please? Jason, where are you at, Jason? Jason. Follow cam. Looks like you're doing just alright, good sir. The Schnauzer is still in top order. No complaints there. All good. All good. He's not dead, LOL. Pretty sure that's what he wanted to know. But, yes. Anytime, Jason. Anytime. Okay. Last but not least here. Last few pieces of ladder need to be put in. That should be it, though. I think that is actually going to be it. Looks like we are going to leave 920 kilograms of igneous rock behind here. But the conveyor rail is being built by Ant and Victor Milan. Okay. Let's check everything one last time before we close it all off. In the F2 overlay, we have power coming out into our main power line as it should be. And we are having our self-powered large power transformer right here, coming down and into basically everything that we have here with a potential load of 1820 watts, which we of course can afford with our conductive wire. That's fine, no complaints there. In F6, everything is connected where it should be connected with the exception of these two right here that we need to build here in a minute, and we will do precisely that. And then of course, we do need to now go ahead and fill this here up with beautiful, beautiful polluted water. Needs some power as well. There we go. And we are just going to pump basically all the stuff over there. How many tiles are these here? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. Yeah, it's gonna be not all this water, but a lot of it. So that should be okay. Everything's fine. Everything's good. We are going to fill this here up to the brim. And that's going to be totally okay and in our favor. The loop is complete. No connection is missing. I don't see anything all around. Even on the third go around, I don't see it. Everything's fine. These here we already quadruple checked. Those are good. Up here, this mess here we need to fix. And that is, of course, exactly what William is saying. Missing a small blob of liquid on the magma pump. That is correct. That is not yet done. We are going to turn that system on here very, very shortly. But for that, we need something else first. Other than that, the F6 overlay is looking good. Automation. We have this automated, and this automated. Just the values are incorrect. That needs to be a -5. And this here needs to be a, not negative, but positive 200. Probably. We will have to play with the setting here a little bit to get this right, because I don't remember what it needs to be. I have no idea. We will see. And then in shipping, Geek Eagle is asking about it. Actually, that's not your name. Geek Engel. I think that's more like it. Conveyor coming out here through the bridge, along the snake, into a lower snake, down to the bottom, into our conveyor shutoff. Don't do that. If the conveyor shutoff is green, let's send it through here one more time. And if it's not green, send it down and out and up and away. I think it's all good. I truly think it's all good. I think nothing's stopping us from now putting in 2 insulated tiles and 2 more liquid valves. So let's make that happen. Also, liquid valves are manually used or adjusted, so we need to change this here. I'm going to set this here to 0.1, and I'm going to set this here to 10. That what needs to happen. And then down here on the very bottom, we will have to change these liquid valves here, of course, as well. Those need to be set all to 999. Your shipping could get stuck because you're adding on the line with the loader instead of yielding with the loader for the shutoff. Let me look at that. No, that should be fine, because I do have my conveyor rail input right here from my conveyor bridge. It shouldn't matter. If the conveyor rail and the conveyor shutoff have outputs at the same time, they will just go one after another. And then going down here, I have my bridge. It should be fine. I don't think it's an issue. Not as far as I'm aware, at least. Unless I'm forgetting something imperative here. By the way, calories are up to 183,000. That's nice to see. Love it. Very good. And now that we're building him, we can set him to 999 grams, and that is highly important because of the mechanic in the game that allows us to have liquids inside of a pipe going into their gaseous or solid states, even if their temperatures are reached, but they're staying in their liquid states if we are below 1 kilogram per tile. Because both the loader and the shutoff are adding to the line to the bridge, it might get it over full and stop the looping. I mean, that is very true. There is no... If the line, no matter from what or from where it gets full all the way, it will stop. It will stop until this here reads enough, or high enough, low enough, sorry, for it to escape right here. That is what will happen. I don't think it's still an issue though, because there's also nothing I can do about it unless I build some kind of emergency exit, and I don't foresee that happening here. These 3 are good. These 2 are good. So let's close this here off. Okay. Should be fine. Yeah, other than that, this thing here is basically completely ready to be started up. Looks like our polluted water here was much faster than I anticipated it being, I guess. That's on me. That's okay. That's the worst of it. We will deal with it. And I'm going to do the same thing here than I did before. We are just going to bring that over to the right and hook it up, because we don't want to have this water here stuck inside of this pipe here. We don't know what the temperatures are in this area. It's just going to cause issues in the long run. And if we can avoid those, then we might as well. Might as well, indeed. Okay, other than that, I mean, this here is basically already a vacuum, I suppose. Yeah, what I'm thinking is there's not a hell of a lot stopping me from just turning the system here on. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's start generating some heat here with our thermal aqua tuner. And of course, we will get some damage throughout the system, probably in a couple of places. Potentially up here again, depending on what the conduction panel's temperature is. Looks like it was low enough to actually not blow it up instantly, but that's okay. Everything else seems to be working exactly as intended. This one here is actually overheating. Yes, it's actually built out of nickel. We don't want to do that. Let's change the material right away to iridium. Point A, we have it, and point B, we just want to deal with nonsense like that. I think the only issue would be with the micro packets not losing heat, issues with the temp sensor. I guess we will see. I guess we will see. I mean, so far I really haven't had too many issues with the system, and we had it before done on live stream, and we had it running for hundreds of cycles without a problem, so... Is there a theoretical fault condition? Probably, yes. But is it that big of a deal? Or is the percentage, the probability very high? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, power is back on. The thermal aqua tuner is back up and running. Very good. Starting to heat up the water a little bit. That's going to help us. And how much do we have left here? 19.5 cycles. That's plenty of time to mess with all sorts of other stuff. We still have a little bit to do up there. We are not done yet, but we are getting close. Also 23 cycles, even more, on our hydrogen vent down here on the bottom. I'll be looking in here. Can definitely plant at least one more. Might as well do it, because we can. And we are up to 32 tons worth of wood now. That's a lot of wood. That is a lot of wood indeed. Joshua says, can Bionic and Prehistoric be played at the same time? Or perhaps in the future I want a dupe to ride a dino? Yes, Bionic and Prehistoric can be played at the same time, but at the beginning I let chat make most major decisions in the game. So chat decided Bionic stays off, and that's what we did. I'm not complaining though, because I'm not a big fan of the Bionic DLC personally. It's probably the weakest that Clay has ever released, in my opinion, but yeah. Right here, we have a few options available. We have an auto with researching, farming, and rocketry, is starry-eyed and animal lover, and has a bottomless stomach. Then we have a sweatcorn seed, only one, we have 2084. We have a Camille with digging +9, is a caregiver and biohazardous. We have a Hassan with farming, is innately stylish, unempathetic, and has critter aversion. And of course we have the reject all button on the bottom as always, so let me know in chat what you guys think we should do, and that's exactly what's going to happen as well. Okay, so far so good. The dupes are still happily going. Sorry. It's the dupes happily still going along their way. I was just thinking about this here. Yeah, we can start this pump right here. That's what I was thinking about. There's really nothing stopping us. The magma can come whenever it wants, or the lava. Yeah, let's use the bottle drainer here to our advantage, and I will showcase how that works. It's super simple. We're just going to grab us right here a empty pipe, and we grab us one blob of petroleum. That's all we need. There it is. Can cancel the rest. As far as I'm aware, we don't have a storage for it right now, so let's make it one. And we're going to make it right here. Petroleum. Number 9 priority. I hope that somebody grabs it real quick and brings it up there. That would be nice. There we go. He's bringing it up and getting it ready for when we need it. That's going to be great. And that's, of course, exactly what we need here as well. Alright. It's in. And we have it now in here. Or we don't. Oh, it's inside our pipe actually already. Perfect. So we don't even need the bottle drainer anymore. That's great. That makes our life a hell of a lot easier. The only problem is... Let me think about this for 1 second. No, I do need it. The way that it's built, I do need magma first to be able to turn it on. So we need to wait 18 cycles But everything is completed. So once the 18 cycles are over, we can literally just infuse the petroleum into the system and it will start up just like that. A couple more things that I want to get ready. Words was asking about it earlier. He was asking, how are we going to start it up? Because, well, we don't have any steam in here. So that will just break the entire system. If I were to have lava going through these pipes right here, right now, it would just melt them. It would just melt the aluminum instantly. So we need to go only through the bottom pipe. And that is exactly why hooking it up this way here is so important. And that's why I had to make this little gap in here. Because without the gap, these would sit right here. And they would all be sitting on the same pipe. In theory, that's totally fine and doesn't cause an issue. But for a startup, it's a massive problem. That was not me, I did not ask. Oh, I thought it was you. Sorry, Words. My mistake. But regardless, somebody did ask. And that is the answer right here. We're only feeding it through the bottom liquid valve first, which goes straight into the water, which will cool down our lava extremely quickly, and it will heat up the water extremely quickly as well. And once we have the first steam, we can turn on the other two pipes. That's basically how it works. Beer, you should put in some mercury as well. Why? In here? Why do we need mercury in there? I don't think I get it. Let me see here. We have vote-wise. I have one for the seed. I have two for the seed. I have one reject all. I have one for auto and two for auto. I do need more votes. Currently, auto and the seed are neck to neck with the same vote count. Let me know in chat what we should do. I give you guys another 60 seconds. If we have a draw, I will make the decision. We have another vote for seed in from Geek Ingel. Thank you for that. 3C says seed as well. The seed is in the lead by 2 votes right now. I'm gonna give you guys a few more seconds. Brandon with another seed. The seed is definitely having it. Seeds are having it. Let's go. And Keonis is also 100% correct. Of course, 64 watching, 24 likes. Assuming you're having a good time, please smash that like button. Yes, thank you for that, Keonis. I am really bad at my job as a streamer. To remind you guys of that, if you haven't smashed that like button yet, please consider doing so. It helps me out greatly, and it doesn't cost you a dime. Thank you in advance. Theoretically speaking, we could leave the water in here, but there's really no point. So let's mop it up real quick. Let's get it out. And once it's out, we are going to put the insulated tiles here in and close it off for good. Also, I'm just curious about our Ovagros, because I did turn off this pitcher pump right here, which is the only pitcher pump basically that allows us to get the water that's warm enough for the Ovagros. So let's change that once again. Let's turn it back on, and the dupes can grab the water out of here. They should, because it's closer. So it shouldn't be an issue. Okay. What's going on right here? What is this ladder mess? What did I do here? I don't remember. Oh, I think I just wanted to make it a little bit more straight. Yeah, that's gotta be it. And Goblin Turtle, thank you very much for the sub at tier 1 over on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you very much for the support. Couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you. The brine is not moving much because it's kind of stuck right here right now. That's great. I was hoping at least that most of the stuff here just runs off. But I guess we can just mop it, and that will do the job just as fine. So let's mop up this stuff right here. And I'm just... Sorry. I'm just going to try to bring this ladder here down and connect it up straight, so the dupes have a much easier way to getting into space right here. I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, the dupes are apparently extremely bored. Look at them. There are like 20 of them standing right here, fighting over who gets to mop the floor. That's great. Love the enthusiasm, guys. Love it. Why is that not working? Because it's a little bit too much fluid. Let's get rid of 3 tiles. That should do it. And then let's try the whole mopping here once again. Okay, I'm just curious. When I go literally straight through here, it will be this line. Well, I can do that. Not much is stopping me from coming all the way down to this line right here. And that allows us then to go too high, basically all across here. Yeah, that's actually great. That works out like a charm. Look at this. Or even this pitcher pump right here. We can put it into our ladder construct. Yeah, it's gonna look good. It's gonna look great, and it's gonna be useful as well. Very, very good indeed. Okay. I like it. Let's put all this here in. Just one more pitcher pump. Where's my pitcher pump? Am I blind? There it is. And let's make it, once again, part of our ladder construct right here. And the dupes can just walk along this without a problem. It's great. Alright, plenty of ways and paths around here for our dupes to reach everything. Love to see it. Definitely could be a hell of a lot worse. How are we down here? By now we can plant another one. Slowly but steadily. We're making headway. We're up to 33 tons of wood, and maybe we should start utilizing our wood at this point in time. With our wood tiles right here, I think we are going to do literally this here across the board. Because we can. We should have enough wood to do that basically across the board. I know it's going to cost us an arm and a leg, but it should be so good for our dupes. So let's make it happen. How much do we have left? 14 tons. Can I put in the last couple here? Just across the left side here as well. Alright, looks decent. Brought us down to 3,570. Let's see what it does. Is there mercury in this water pit? Yes, there is mercury in the water pit. Right here. Tiny little bit of mercury is in this water pit. But that is totally okay. It can stay there for all I care. Question, is there any dino in RL that eats small dino and shit solid brine? Yes. Happens all the time. It's a widely known phenomena. Just gotta Google it. Lots of information about this topic out there. Lots of it. Let's rip this here. Look at this ladder nonsense that we built here. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Let's see if we can rip these here out. Good thing mercury never did anyone any harm in their water supply. That's right. That is very fortunate for us in this time. For sure. How's our water temperature in here? 11.5 degrees. And in here we're up to 46. Look at that. It's getting higher. Mercury in water supplies. As if that would have ever been a problem. Ever in the history of humanity. Yeah, let's just try to beautify this here a little bit and make it a little bit more efficient, because currently the way for the dupes to get up there is a complete disaster. I mean, quite frankly, it's a absolute disaster. And once this ladder here is built, I believe that will be rectified and it will be a hell of a lot better. And to make sure that is a true statement, let's make it too wide across the board here, as that should be at all times. For proper exchange of gases. Because we do have some gases up here. Just not the appropriate ones. So we will have to do something about that as well. Most of that carbon dioxide here will now be able to escape. It will not get stuck here. It should be okay. And most of the chlorine that we are, or bleachstone better to say, that we are digging up here should be moved over into our storage area here as well. Kind of like we just saw here Demetrius work on. Very good. You would have to be mad as a hatter to believe mercury was harmful to life. Likely a fish-type dino from the Ice Age. You think, Jonas, huh? I don't understand where those starving notifications coming from. We literally have 200k calories sitting around. And look at all those lumps. What? What? Apparently we have a slight overpopulation of lumps going on here. Let's rectify that right away. I mean, that's crazy. That's a lot of food right here. Apparently our evolution chamber is not working quite as well, even though we do have 16 lumberjacks down here. 16. Oh, man. You're also allowed to put everything in there, by the way. If it's down there, put it in there. The only thing that you're not allowed to put in there is any eggs, which should be okay. You're picking up the meat. Yeah, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Let's see if this here now does what it's supposed to. Why are they delivering everything in here? Oh. I need to give it a much lower priority. So they're not storing stuff in here. They're supposed to take it out of here, bring it over here. The auto sweeper is supposed to put it in there. There we go. That's how it should be. Okay. Hopefully, this is now better than it was before. Other than that, last few pieces of ladder. Now this here looks like a straight pass through, straight over to the right, straight up to the top, and straight in. Exactly as one would imagine that should be. Also, all these ladders right here. Can I just deconstruct that with buildings, please, without ripping anything else out? That would be great. So let's see if we can rip this stuff here out, because currently it's just completely pointless. And it's just costing the dudes here a lot of time, effort, and energy to make their ways around here. So let's get rid of it right now and make an end to it. All right, very good. Other than that, 16 cycles left. We could potentially start thinking about a at least somewhat feasible space program, because we still haven't done any kind of research over here on the right side, other than what we could do and what we started with. Anything else that we can throw in there for right now that we need? Not really is the actual answer. There's really not that much that is required. But we can do, for example, the high velocity destruction, and at least get us the applied science research in. Okay. How are we down here? Okay. That looks now a hell of a lot different, but once again we have a drop of water down here that is blocking the exchange of gases, and once again it's trapping all of the chlorine gas up here. This is just crazy. What is it with the water in this area? I may have to do something different here, so I don't ever have that problem again. The water can only come from one place, and that is from up here. So theoretically speaking, if I put 2 or 3 mesh tiles over here on the right side, the water should just fall through instead of getting stuck on top of the airflow tiles. And if that doesn't work either, well, fuck. I'm just gonna go and put it all full of mesh tiles. And the problem should be in the past. 3 Caesars lump, more like lunch. That is in fact correct, yes. Also, what the hell are you? And can we kill you? Those are the 2 questions that I have. There we go, there's some meat. Let's grab it. Let's make sure that's okay. How is the oxygen in the base? I do see it's a little bit low over here on the right side. I mean, we are using a lot of oxygen for our atmosuits. Due to this build right here, we have used up a lot of it. There's absolutely no question about that. And we are about to come back out here because there's more areas that we want to take out and that we want to dig up. And I believe, I mean, we might as well take the heat, no pun intended, right now, and dig into this area right here and release this steam and chlorine gas into space as well. Because if we do it now or if we do it later, there's really no point in getting this here to a full vacuum if we just have to open this area here up later again anyway. We might as well do it now. So let's make that happen real quick here. Super simple with the ladder. We're gonna come down here and we're just gonna literally dig our way through here, dig this here out, so we have a good exchange of gases. All the steam here can come out and go straight up into space. That's where we want it to be. And then last but not least, what I'm also going to do is more insulated tiles. That's just gonna be right here. So this here actually looks like something and we don't have this random weird gap in here. And we can also grab us all the resources. Beer, cycle the material you mine up through the steam chamber to cool it down. Wait, what material are you referring to, Killjoy? Oh, you mean this material right here. The iridium? That's actually a good idea. That is actually a good idea. We could do something like that. We could in fact do something like that, because if we just bring that into the base right now, we're gonna be in for one world of hurt. You know what I'm wondering, actually? F6. Huh. Yeah, why not? I don't know if you guys know what I'm thinking right now, but I think I have an idea here. That we could utilize at least temporarily. Looks like here we're getting more aluminum, that's great. But what if? I mean, the temperature here is great. Why don't we just go for it? Let's see. If I take some metal tiles and I put them literally right here. And then I put some insulated tiles just around it. And we make this here another very short cooling area for our metal. Very straightforward, very simple, nothing crazy. We're just going to utilize the pipe that we already have, because might as well. Bring this in here with a radiant liquid pipe built out of aluminum. Bring this through here. Connect this up, bring it back up around, and literally feed it in here. Something like this. Then all we have to do is run this conveyor rail through here and into there. Let's see if we can build this. We can definitely not build it, because I need to first go into buildings and stop this here. And then plop in a couple of ladders so we can build the outline. And once the outline is built, we should be better off. So let's see if we can make that happen. Let me snip this here off so we don't have any fluid go in here quite yet. But that should work as a chiller. Yeah, all the hot material. I agree. I agree with that. This is going to take seconds to build and should theoretically do exactly what we needed to. Would be better if this area here would already be a vacuum. Unfortunately, it isn't. Not a lot we can do about that, but we will try. We will try nonetheless. Okay. Let's name it Kill Chiller. I like it. The Kill Chiller by Killjoy is going to be put in. I mean, technically, he wanted me to feed it through here, and I see the reasoning. But right at the moment, is the main problem is our steam right here. Because no matter how far we cool the stuff down, once it goes out here into the environment, it will heat back up. And that will happen until we have a vacuum. So let's feed it right before we leave this hot area and go into our climate-controlled area. Let's chill it right before that. That should theoretically work better. We will see. Only one way to find out, as usual. Okay, how is this now looking over here? We still have a little bit of steam, but nothing crazy. What's the temperature of the smart battery? 152 degrees. That is hot. Still not completely crazy, though. Not too worried about it. Eventually, we will chill this here again. But what we can do is we do have this automatic dispenser that we can get rid of right away, as a matter of fact. And then what I'm going to do is, at least for right now, we're going to start with this material right here. Yeah, this material right here, we are going to go into shipping. We are going to grab us a conveyor loader, plop it right there. We're going to grab us an auto sweeper and plop it right here. And we're just going to hook this here up to power real quick. And then last but not least, the conveyor rail. We're just going to hook this here up. And then we're going to set this here to literally everything. And the auto sweeper here can't just grab stuff. And I believe, for the time being at least, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one more automatic dispenser. I should have actually left this one here. Because all the stuff that's down here on the bottom, I'm going to have the dupes pick up. They're going to bring it to this automatic dispenser. And then slowly but steadily over time, the auto sweeper picks it up, feeds it through our chiller, and brings it up into our base. I think that should work. It will take a long time, don't get me wrong, but might as well. There's something damaged in the big volcano tamer. Oh, this here? That's the, I guess we can fix it right now, because why not? It's the pipe that got damaged right at the beginning when we turned it on because it was so hot that it evaporated our polluted water. That's what happened here. So I hope that a dude comes by and fixes up this pipe here real quick. And it shouldn't be a problem anymore. 2 more pieces of insulated tile that need to be built here. We should be able to make that happen. Metal tiles, though, we are going to bring those here in. And also here, we're going to have damage. There's no question about it. It's most definitely going to happen. Also, in the volcano tamer left up top of it. Wait, what? I don't know what you're referring to. I don't see anything else. Above the atmosphere. Oh, right here. That was the exact same thing as happened down here. We just never actually fixed it. Never actually fixed it. That's what the damage is here. It's also the pipe underneath it. It doesn't harm anything. It doesn't do anything. So we decided to just leave it be. Okay. Metal tiles being built. Let's finish it up with insulated tiles. And let's see if this here will make any kind of difference. I don't know. If this here is actually feasible or not. But before we will find that out, we will need those insulated tiles here, because other than that, cooling down those metal tiles here is completely in vain. And a complete waste of time on top of that. Yeah, it's a lot of material here that needs to be vented out into space, and it will take a long time, especially now. Now that we have basically no space here, only one single tile for it to go up here to the top. It will take a hot minute. It will take a hot minute. Can we go into the other direction, I wonder? We should be able to. If I bring this ladder here down... What is it, built out of shale? God damn it. Ignis rock, please. Thank you. Let's see. Can I get a dupe down here? There's nothing stopping me. This here doesn't even need a ladder. This here doesn't need a ladder. This here needs a ladder. This here needs a ladder. This here is all accessible. Ladder here, all accessible. And last but not least, a ladder right here. Look at this. We can actually send a dupe all the way through the outside and vent this stuff here out the right side instead of the left side. That makes our life here a hell of a lot easier. Let's dig all this here out. Everything that we can reach. Let's grab it all. Let's make it all accessible here. That should be just fine, I believe. From the top down, that's neutronium, that's neutronium. This we can get rid of. This we can shave. This here we can shave. Yeah, all this here should be doable. Make it happen, dudes. Let's see. There's a drop of water. There is a drop of water, isn't there? And this drop of water here prevents me from going. That's a problem. If I move my insulated tiles, can be made out of igneous. And I'm moving my insulated tiles instead all the way over here. Then I can actually save myself this ladder, rip out this insulated tile right here, and then build this ladder straight down, which alleviates the problem of the water drop. Okay, good call from Rhineland. Very good call. Didn't see that. Or just mop it. Well, I'm worried that it's probably gonna form again. Probably gonna form again once the steam comes up from the bottom here. Once it reaches the ladder here, it will form another drop, and it's just gonna be a constant battle, so... let's fix it permanently. And make sure it's not an issue again in the future. Okay, so far so good. That should have at least somewhat of an impact here. You can see it right now, as a matter of fact, it's dropping down right now. Already. I haven't even done really much yet. Of course. It makes perfect sense to rip this here out before we build what is right in front of us. That's dupe logic, and we're gonna do it twice. Dupe logic, gotta love it. There we go. Now we're gonna do it the right way around. Thank you, appreciate that. And now it should be okay. Also, Raymond, what hurt you? I do not remember getting a message about that, but apparently you are not hurt enough. So let's bring this here up a little bit higher. Let's say 80%? 88%? Sure. Let's copy those settings here. Let's bring Goliath in. Only Goliath? Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't copy those settings. Of course not. Is that every last dupe that has a little owie? Yes. That should be fine. We don't want dupes running around that are hurt, if we can avoid it. Here's the first theme, coming out, leaving, and we're just making our way through the entirety here, and trying to grab as much of the stuff here while we are at it, and venting it all out into space. Isolated Bama, something is going on behind those walls. I feel it. Yes, this Bama's right here is just chilling. It can probably sense that there is something going on. But it can't tell if it's good or not. We will have the same issue right here again, but right here we can fix it ourselves. By just digging out 2 extra tiles right here. And then still allowing the steam to come along here. Very good. That's what that should look like across the board. So a single drop of water is not going to be the showstopper here for us today. Okay, very good. I like to see it. Poor sensitive Bamus. That's right. This thermal aquatuna here is not doing a hell of a lot, is it now? No, no. It's basically also cooling the entirety of the area here, because we never closed off the right side. That is kind of pointless, so let's make that happen real quick here. Before we do that, though, let's grab those 2 drops of water that are around here. Let's make sure we grab that and get it, so we don't have to look at that the entire time. And then we can close it off, and then this thermal aquatuna here should basically be dormant as long as the hydrogen vent is as well. Okay, how is this here now? It's good. Any debris coming through? We don't have any yet. That makes sense, because this here needs to be copied from above. We're going to copy the settings to down here on the bottom. We're going to tell the dupes to pick up all the debris down here in this area, across the board, everything basically that is not reachable by our friend here, the auto sweeper. And that should be all of this stuff right here that I have currently selected. And then the conveyor loader, we're gonna set it to literally anything and everything. If it's here, grab it, and not put it into the automatic dispenser, put it into the conveyor loader. There we go. And the conveyor loader should then bring it through here. Let's see. Let's hook this up, and snip it off right here instead. And let's see if we are gonna get some damage here. Are we lucky? Yep, it looks like it's too low. I only saw the metal tiles at about 90 degrees. That should cool down rather drastically, hopefully. With an output temperature of negative 18 degrees, that should make quite the impact here relatively quickly. And of course, right at the moment, we are on the bypass. We can see that. So let's snip this here off. And let's, yeah, do exactly this here. Let's snip this here off for a second. No? That's not doing it? Hold on. This one here is snipped off, right? Shouldn't you be going up now? Why are you not going up? I should be able to just empty this here out by snipping it off here. Okay, if I don't snip it off here and I snip it off there instead. Okay. And now here again, it stops it. Okay, alright then. I guess we will have to live with it for right now. That's fine, I will have to put in another bridge probably, but that is cool. Let's see, we are bringing igneous rock at 150 degrees and it's coming out the other side with at least 77 degrees. That is still extremely hot. So we need to make one more change right here. And that change is the exact same one. Because the rail had an open end at the right, yeah. And we will have to put another conveyor meter here as well. That will most likely have to happen. If we like it or not. So let's make it happen. We're gonna put it right here, that's okay. Let's snip this here off again real quick. So it stops moving. There we go. It can get emptied out. Still doesn't get emptied out, but it's okay. We are going to come in here instead. We're going to snip this off. We're going to snip this off. And we are going to incorporate that here into this little doodad that we built here. Well, do we have to? I don't think we have to. Because as long as it doesn't overheat, it shouldn't matter. So let's just build it out of iridium. And we can literally just have it out here in the open. Because it doesn't matter. We don't have to cool it or nothing. It can even just be connected to this heavy but conductive wire. Yeah, sure, why not? And then in automation, we just need a wire in here. That's fine. That will get the job done for us here. No question. Just gotta get it done. Or spammeth. Come on, dupes. Built this here real quick. Should really not be that big of an act. So let's make it happen. Whoops. That is not gonna be helpful. It's gonna be rather detrimental here. Alright. Until the tile goes back in. Should be okay. Next activity, 12.2 cycles. Also that is okay. This here, we can rip this here out. So we can build the rest of those insulated tiles right here. And that should be fine as well. How are we doing on the right side? I'm actually surprised no dupe has gotten stuck yet. Very surprised actually. Yes, steam is still escaping into the atmosphere, or better to say into space, which is great. Still a few more pieces of ladder that are missing. That is okay. Let's give this here a little bit of extra space if we can. Might as well, wherever possible. But other than that, yeah, dupes just making their way down here. It's all good. I just need this conveyor meter here being built, please. No pending deliveries. What do you mean? What do you mean? Someone, please have a pending delivery. Guess we're building those tiles down here first. Sure, why not? That works for me. It doesn't really matter to me, but we still need this here. 50 kilograms of plastic. Anyone? We should have plenty of plastic laying around. We do. Just somebody needs to grab it. It's mainly sitting down here, as a matter of fact. Maybe, just maybe, I should tell the dudes to clean this here up. And let's make sure that this here actually has plastic, so we can put it into our infinite storage. It has plastic, it's fine. Let's check the F3 overlay real quick. Okay, everything seems to be alright. We are cooling down this area here pretty drastically because of the water down here on the bottom. Yep, that's all the ice that we have, but that's okay. All that is fine, and it doesn't concern me too much, honestly. All the stuff that we can mop. We should mop with the exception of this here, because that's never gonna get mopped. Still the question is, why is nobody bringing by any? There we go. 3C got it. Probably gonna get stuck in the process, but he's trying. Is there any way of having an infinite gas storage when it thinks it's over pressure? I tried totally drowning the air vents, but still with 1000 watt, it still says it was over pressure. Echo time. When the save here is done, there we go. I have two infinite storages right here beside each other. One is for hydrogen, it has 2,100 kilograms per tile, and the other one is for natural gas that has 1,400 kilograms per tile. And it depends on what you have. If you have a gas vent right here, it shows right here the overpressure is 2,000 grams. So you need to be below 2,000 grams. You can see I have mercury in here, roughly 1,400, 1,500 grams per tile. And that is best case scenario because you don't want it so low that it just disappears. If you already advanced enough and you can go into ventilation and use a high pressure gas vent, this one here doesn't overpressure until 20 kilograms. So you can literally put 15 kilograms worth of mercury or any other fluid in here and it should work. You just need to make sure that you're below the overpressure, but not so low that the material just gets deleted. So it is a little bit of an art, but it's honestly not that difficult. I'm sure you can figure it out. Who the hell is bringing me my plastic? Seriously, guys, what is going on here? We have 24 of you running around. That should be plenty. Should be plenty. How about this? Because I don't want to have this stuff here sitting around forever. We want to use the rest of those 11 cycles to at least get some of the stuff out. So let's make it happen. I was trying to drown the air vents to get rid of the overpressure, so it was complaining about too much water. Yes, it was complaining about too much water. That is exactly the issue that you discovered or saw. Yeah, 100% that is what happened. Okay, this here should now be good. This here is connected, this here is connected, this here is connected. Everything's connected. Okay, now we are breaking it down a little bit more here. And let's see, yes, the temperatures are more reasonable. I'm sure they will increase over time because it's so much material that we are feeding through here. But we will see. We will see how much our aqua tuna here can keep up with its own aluminum volcano, cooling down our meteor blasters. And on top of that, all the material that is just flowing through here. We will see. Anything's better than 150 degrees, though. That is for sure. Kevrom says, if you put a full tile of liquid under your vent with a few grams on the vent itself, instead of deleting the liquid, it'll just overpressure the one underneath temporarily while the gas comes in. That's also one way to do it, but it's not really necessary, Kevrom, even though it's a great idea. It's an absolutely valid way. But as long as you're staying above, like for a normal gas vent, as long as you're staying above, let's say 800 grams or so, you're totally fine. Never had an issue with it in the past. Don't foresee any problems anytime soon either. So it should be fine, but it's very valid what you said. Very valid indeed. One thing that I want to do here is, though, I am going to bring in another rail right here for the bottom. Bottom and top are going to get their own rail systems, or their own outputs, better to say, because we don't want to have to fight them, so we can get the stuff from the top out as fast as possible. They're already fighting each other up here anyway, so don't give them another point for fighting as well. Okay. This here is making its way. It's working. It's doing its thing. It's probably gonna get overwhelmed eventually with only one thermal aqua tuner, but what can we do? It is what it is. Eventually the hot water will hit it. Currently it's not even cooling. Yeah, it doesn't even know yet what's coming towards it. But it will figure it out shortly. Trust me, it will figure it out. Just a question of time. Down here on the bottom, what am I seeing here? Why is nothing moving? Nothing is moving because the output right here. That makes sense. Because they are also fighting right here. This thing here, of course, came out of dormancy. Yeah, so the next dormancy is at 125 cycles. So yeah, this here is a lot of infighting on this one rail. You should really have an extra rail, but I think it's okay. For the time being, we will have to deal with it. It's better than nothing. It's absolutely better than nothing. And it's getting done all by itself, so we don't have to do anything manually. We just have to wait. And that is something we can do, most definitely. Did I set this here up? Yes. Did I set this here up? Yes. And did I set this here up? Yes as well. Everything's set up. Everything's good. How the Phlox is doing? It's really hard to get those last 5 tiles here down to temperature. Even those metal tiles here are not that cold anymore. That's actually crazy. Can I put one more down, maybe? I don't think that makes a big difference, but... It's also not the carbon dioxide, so why are we losing so much cold already? Is it right here? I think it's the stuff here over on the left side, honestly. If this here wouldn't touch it, I think it would be a lot more efficient. But it's fine. The floxes are not complaining. So clearly those are enough pike apple bushes. We are still getting wood and we are back up to 5.4 tons even after we replaced basically our entire base with wood tiles. I mean, holy shit, let's take a look into the decor overlay. Yep. That's nice and bright. Definitely love to see that. And even here on the outside, we were able to reduce it at least a tiny little bit. I mean, it's still pretty bad, don't get me wrong. But at least we were able to reduce it a notch, if nothing else. Okay. Good enough for the dupes. Clearly, their stress is down to 34% on the high end. And that is a value that we can live with. All day, every day. And right here, yep, we're just gonna let this auto sweeper here run, basically. Until it either dies from overheating, because we don't really have a lot of steam over here, or until everything is gone. Whatever comes first. I really don't care. I really don't care. Do we have a problem right here? No, we don't. Steam is still making it out. The neutronium here is certainly not helping in our endeavor, but we will make do with what we got. And in an absolute worst case scenario, we can also go ahead. Actually, is the steam coming up here? Are we basically having a bead pump going on here, more or less? No, it doesn't look like we have a bead pump. Just making sure that the steam is actually still moving. And I'm actually not sure it is, but no, I don't think it is. I think it is actually blocked because I have 3,000 grams down here. And up here, I literally just have micrograms. Yeah, I think that's an issue right here. I think this neutronium here is in our way. And it is actually preventing the proper movement of gases. So what I might have to do is... Kind of sucks, honestly, but I'd probably have to bring insulated tiles up here. And then rip out this abyssalite here to allow the gas to come past this little obstacle course here, I suppose. I think that's the probably the only way to do this here. At least somewhat properly. And in the meantime, we will also go ahead and make our way through here. Basically, just this high should be enough. Let's come over here. Let's dig our way through there. Anywhere that we can't reach. And let's make sure that we have ladders and whatnot in here. That the dupes can basically walk all the way from left to right. If we can accomplish that, then we are pretty good here. Apparently, that is something that cannot be accomplished, I just realized. Because, mainly, right here, the neutronium doesn't let us pass without moving our insulated tiles. But we can do that whenever we want to. Maybe put a mesh tile to improvise a bead pump. Yeah, I was wondering if that would be another option, but then the dupes can't come down here anymore, and I still need them down there for right now. So, certainly something I'm thinking about, but may have to wait a tiny little bit longer here. Just so we can see the result of the dupe labor here first. What is what I'm trying to say. Something else that I think I want to do is, I think I'm just going to go 4 high, full force, and go all the way through here, and connect this left side to this right side right here, to at least have the gases exchange here a little bit easier, and have 2 one-tile wide areas to get out. The faster the stuff here gets out, the better it is for everyone and anyone involved. Because once we have this here all being a vacuum, we also don't have to cool it anymore. We are only cooling it right now, just to heat it back up. And that's only due to the steam. Once the steam is gone, the problems disappear with it. And this system here won't be necessary anymore at all. Because in a vacuum, no heat is being picked up. Okay. I'm really curious, what are those buried objects in neutronium? There are buried objects in the neutronium? I didn't even notice that. Where are those? I don't see any. Let's put in a couple extra ladders right here. I don't see any buried objects in the neutronium. Oh, right here. You're right. And right here as well. Holy cow. That's funny. I also have not seen that before. That is actually funny. Okay, these insulated tiles here are being built. That's fine. Goblin Turtle says blueprint. It's a good call. That's a good call. I like it. Let me just put in the mesh tile that we require right here. And then we are going to rip out all of this here. Once that last piece here has been built, hopefully by Figon. Figon's on it. I think he will get it done. At least he has a good chance. So let's see. The air here is just so bad. There's not enough oxygen. We need to pump some oxygen into here. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be better than nothing. At least the dupes are not going to die. If that's the best thing we can accomplish, then I'm more than happy with that. Let's just put it right here. Right here, one gas vent. Just so the dupes can breathe here in this area. Looks like they are spending quite a lot of time here, or at the bare minimum, using it to come up here to work on the projects that we are assigning to them. So they should at least be able to breathe. Wouldn't that be something? That should be the bare minimum. Figon is here and says on it. Love it. Appreciate that, Figon. Great job. Great job. Yep. Not a hell of a lot of oxygen is coming out. But that will hopefully also normalize relatively soon here. Once the dupes don't have to come out here anymore quite that often. And it looks like the main thing here has been done. Like the dupes can now walk around the entire area with the exception of right here. And I almost feel like we should rectify that as well, honestly. I mean, there's not much stopping us from literally just putting this insulated tile here one lower, bringing it all the way through here, and deconstructing this here in its entirety as it is. Just so we have a full outside connection from left to right as well, in case we need it for anything at all. An option maybe to pump out the bad gas and pull the O2 up. That would be an option potentially. Let me take a look here what we are actually working with. Oh, it's all freaking chlorine. That would be an option. That would be an option. Because our base is pressured. I think that is a good idea. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, let's make it happen. Why not? Let's just grab us a standard bog-ass gas pump. The question is, what is a good location for this said gas pump? I believe it may be right here. I think what I'm going to do is, I am going to dig into this area. Yes, there's a lot of chlorine gas, I know. But this here is a natural funnel for all the chlorine gas and all the other shit that's up here. May it be carbon dioxide or anything else. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action. Let's make it happen. With a normal gas pump, we're just going to have it live literally right here. That's fine. That's totally fine. And then in ventilation, we're just going to grab us a standard gas pipe that's not made of bloody shale. I guarantee you that much. Make it out of granite. That's okay. And let's bring it up here. And let's just hook it up to our scrap pipe anywhere. Anywhere at all. Doesn't really matter where. What's the fastest possible way? Literally straight through here. And then onto there. That should be good enough for our purposes in any way, shape, or form. Shouldn't cause any trouble beyond what we are already dealing with, so it doesn't matter. And then let's also bring us our conductive wire over here. And in. Great, that'll do it. And then last but not least, let's extend our ladders here just a tiny little bit downwards. Just a tiny little bit, like I said. Doesn't have to be a hell of a lot, but it should be enough to at least allow the exchange of gases right here that we are always looking for. Very good. One more piece of ladder here on the right side so we can reach this area and dig out this here as well. Once again, just to promote the exchange of gases. And same goes for this side. Okay. That should do it. And let's see if that makes a difference. On top of that, that will also release all this oxygen here, which will also help, most definitely, because it is relatively high pressured. We just have to rip out these two tiles right there. So let's make sure that happens first, so the oxygen can escape upwards before our pump here turns on. There we go. This is the tile. And now the oxygen can come up. Very good. That's what we are after. Okay, how are we looking right here? We are still making headway. We are still evacuating material slowly but steadily out of this area. And we are still cooling it down. And it is still not that big of an issue. There are 1 or 2 tiles in there that have 70 degrees. But that is okay. If that's the worst of it, I think we are doing alright. Yeah, one thing that I may have to do is hook this here actually up to power. Because currently the thermal aqua tuner, if the aluminum volcano here is not spitting out aluminum, we are also not running the thermal aqua tuner right now, which is of course a slight issue. This is not what the system here is built for, but we are utilizing it for it anyways. Okay, what do we have left? 8.3 cycles. That's not a lot. We're getting there. We're most definitely getting there. And down here on the bottom, it looks like we're still pumping in wonderful water. That's totally fine with me. As much as we can put in there. That's what we are going to do here indeed. And how much petroleum do we have by now? Holy cow. So each one of these here represent 5 tons. So these here are 10 tons. Those are 20. That will be 30. And this here will be 35 tons of petroleum once each and every one of these here is filled. So yeah, that is also something that we have plenty of now available to us whenever we need it. Very good. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. And right here, of course, our electrolyzers are still hard at work to keep our base alive. We gotta keep in mind though, with our electrolyzers, 888 grams per second of oxygen is enough for 8.8 dupes. So we have 16 right here, 32. That would mean that we should have so much oxygen that we don't even know what to do with it, but at the same time, the atmosuits are what is causing currently our shortage on oxygen, because we have so many atmosuits, the dupes are spending so much time in the atmosuits that is exactly what is our issue here right now. But it's not that big of a problem. It just slows us down a little bit, but it doesn't cause any actual harm. The thermal aqua tuner here is still running. Our water in here is by now up to 72 degrees, so once our lava comes, it's not going to be an issue anymore. This water here will turn into steam, more or less instantly. I'm pretty sure about that. Very good. More and more stuff is coming out, slowly but steadily. This is nice to see. It will take a long time. There's so much stuff down here on the bottom, I'll guarantee it. So much stuff. But it's coming. Slowly but steadily. Can we now go around here? Has this been completed? Nope, this ladder here now doesn't make it all the way to the ground anymore. Also, these ladders here that are only too high don't even need to exist, so we can probably rip them out. But now all the gases can go all the way around and have now plenty of ways to get into space, at least theoretically. And I believe I will add one more place to go into space, and that one place will be right here. I'm going to bring this ladder here downwards, and I'm going to open this here up. Once again, just one more path for the steam to get out and leave us the hell alone. And the chlorine gas right after it while we're at it. Could you merge outputs from volcanoes from 5 kilogram to more reasonable package sizes? Yes, we could do that probably, but it's not necessary. It's not gonna do us a hell of a lot here. Okay, also blueprint. Somebody was asking for it. My god. Goblin turtle. Sorry. And we have 3 more to go. My god. We have Gamma Velour shoes in decent quality. Finally, a pair of work-appropriate fuzzy shoes. Don't think there are work-appropriate fuzzy shoes on this planet, but sure, why not? Why not? To each their own, I suppose. Here's a little bit more stuff. Let's get rid of it. You could drop them nearby and have another autolator pick them up periodically. I guess that would be an option to basically just chuck it right here on the inside and then pick it back up, but I just don't see a reason for that. I just don't. We're just gonna leave this here running and it's fine. It's fine. It'll do it. It'll get the job done. Like I said, the only thing that I'm foreseeing as becoming a problem here eventually is the power right here. Because once this here kind of happens, that the steam is below 200 degrees, There's really no way for our steam turbines to turn on, which means we're coming out of here with water at 10 degrees hot. We're coming back at 8 degrees. Wait, what? There was a little delay there, apparently. Because we should be gaining temperature, not losing it. There you go, 12 degrees here, 12 degrees there, and it's getting hotter and hotter. And only when the aluminum volcano actually provides aluminum, we are turning it on. So yeah. Doc number 27 says, far more efficient to rotate materials inside the steam chamber until they come down to temperature than trying to cool them outside by changing packet size. I mean, again, the entire reason that we have built this here, in a hopefully, short time, it will be a non-issue anymore. Once all of this here is a vacuum, it is already coming out of our built-in chillers at a reasonable temperature. But right at this very moment, maybe we can see it right here. Yeah, right here. We can see how our iron is at -4 degrees, -5 degrees, somewhere in the general area. At the moment we hit this area, all the iron that we just cooled down, we're just heating back up to 145 degrees. And the reason for it is, of course, all the steam. Once the steam is gone, it's a 100% non-issue. Okay, looking good so far though. There's not much else that we need. This thing here is also just self-powered. That's great. So basically, yeah, we don't have a hell of a lot hooked up to this wire here actually. Potential load of 1400. Yeah, that's because of all of the atmosuit docks. But if we have to, we can connect this here together in a heartbeat to make sure that our thermal aqua tuna here runs basically non-stop for the time being. But yeah, down here we can see the steam. It is now slowly but steadily also making its way up here, but I would like that to be a little bit faster. Not much I can do here, unfortunately. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to put in a fire pole here. So this here is a legitimate main path that we have in here, so we might as well continue it all the way to the bottom of this meteor here that hit us. Put insulated tiles over the conveyor rails, then the gas will take forever to vaporize the space. Yeah, but the inconvenience of putting everywhere the insulated tiles and restricting the path for our dupes, I just don't see it. So we're just gonna go with this system here for right now. It's fine. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't hurt anything. Damage overheated. Really? I just saw that for the first time. Been sitting here for hours, and this is the first time I saw it. That's funny. We do have another blueprint available, though. Let's see. We have a Camille with tidying, digging, and wrenching. Is a caregiver, an interior decorator, and is a Luddite. Then we have a Ruby with supplying, is also a caregiver, is nyctophobic and trypophobic. And then we have Otto with hiding, animal lover, buff, squeamish, and trypophobic as well. Cannot do digging, 2 of them. That is not good at all. But we have curative tablets as well, 3 of them. We currently have none. Those are our 4 options on the top. Plus on the bottom we have the reject all button. So let me know in chat what you guys think. And that is of course exactly what we are going to do as always. Okay. Looking decent. Should get better. Slowly but steadily. Don't really foresee too much issues here. Just waiting for this thing here to give us our first magma so we can start it up. That is basically what we need. 3C says drugs. Yes, the dupes in this space definitely would like some drugs, I can guarantee you that. If they don't care what it is, they just want it. Why don't we dig another little hole? Not even a hole, necessarily. Just dig out this here, because that's all reachable from the bottom. And then let's dig 4 high through here. All the way through here. All that should be reachable. And then we just take out those last few pieces of diamond here on the bottom as well. Let's make sure we grab as much of this stuff here while we are down here as we can. Alright, so far so good. Making decent progress. Definitely getting there, if nothing else. Hydrogen vent, how are you doing? Hydrogen vent is not doing too hot, but hydrogen vent. What can we do here? In power, I'm just gonna go conductive heavy water wire and hook these two here up to a power wire. I don't know what to do with them. They're just gonna sit here and do nothing. They're so far away from everything else, it's completely pointless. They're also nowhere near enough energy to be self-sustainable, so that is pointless as well. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it there. Mendan says, I have answers to all your problems. Don't know what to do with the area. Core out the area. Bad airflow. Core out the area. Bad pathing. Core out the area. That's right. That is right. That is what we are kind of slowly but steadily working on here. But some things just core a little bit worse than others. Let me put it that way. Ah, yes. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the results that we have so far. A couple more pieces here. Come on, dupes. And then we're gonna do something very similar. Kind of right here. Not all the area that we can reach right here, but if we just build one single ladder, two ladders. Yeah, we need 2 ladders right here. That makes all of this here reachable. And that is just fine. Okay. This here is still doing what it's supposed to. Yep, still at 10 degrees. That's fine. No issues here. All the time in the world to get the stuff down. All right, let's take a look at our blueprint and see what we have. CPU getting kind of sluggish. Tile in the area. Wait, what? What are you saying? Words? Tablets, drugs, reject all. Tablets, Camille. Yeah. Let's get the tablets. Exactly. As voted for. Okay, right here. A little bit more space here, a little bit more area. Let's make it happen. That should be a non-issue very, very soon here. And it, of course, once again, allows the exchange of gases. You guys hear me say that so often. The better the exchange of gases, the happier I am in most cases. So let's get it as good as we can and vent this stuff here into space, especially through this area right here. This here is going to be our main path. I already see that. Over here, we blocked it off. Not a hell of a lot is going to happen on our left side. That is for sure. And I really can't wait to see this thing here run in its entirety. That's what we came here for in the first place. And that is most definitely going to happen in just a few cycles. All right. We're digging our way through. Very good. Let's get this stuff out. Dig it up. Make it our own. Very good. If you just core out the area, it can cause excessive processing from the complex interactions of gases. I don't think we have too many issues. I mean, we are approaching, you can see my FPS here on the top left at all times. We are, when we zoom out here a little bit, we are approaching the 30 FPS. But that is also at 5 times speed. Gotta keep that in mind. How are you getting stuck up here? 3C. How is it always you? How is it always you? Ay, ay, ay. All right, saved your ass. That's not gonna work, is it? No. Because you're just gonna... Actually, it will work. If I tell you to do this and that. And now if you dig this here up, it will fall. There you go. That saves us from building another pointless piece of ladder. LOL. Task failed successfully. Yep, you sure did. 3C also says, I don't think giving these dupes drugs would be a good idea. They'll definitely get themselves trapped in a bad trip. Yeah, I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. Okay, let's go through here. On computers that are less strong than beers, that can cause several lagging, severe lagging. I wasn't suggesting that beers should tile in the area. I was just pointing out that Van Dan's all-purpose solution could cause severe problems for the less CPU blessed. That is very, very true indeed. Coring it out and then not tiling it in, or not creating a vacuum, is definitely going to kill your CPU. There's no question. Alright, we're still digging our way through here. Still don't think that this here is actually going anywhere, even right now. I don't think it is. But, regardless, we're gonna keep hacking at it, like it's no one's business. Right here as well. This is also an area that we can't just grab as is, so we might as well. And one more thing before we do anything. Let's grab those ladders here, so we don't have to see those anymore. Before we dig this here up, preferably. Give it nice big spaces right here. And that will also allow us to create another path out here, so it doesn't have to go through this area here anymore. And that should also accelerate this here quite drastically. I would hope. There we go. First things are out. We're getting there, we're getting there. And this is a perfect exercise while waiting for this volcano, because this here has to be done one way or another anyway, so we might as well do it now. Might as well. Now is about as good as time as any, I would argue. Okay. Also, by the way, whoever was here on the last stream, how is the microphone quality today compared to last weekend? I did do quite a lot of work here with the settings, and I'm wondering if it is better, because when I watched the VOD after last week, that sounded horrendous to me. I believe it's better now, but maybe someone who was here last week and has a direct comparison can tell me what they think. 3C's here says today sounds much better than last week, in my opinion. Great. Good. That's what I try to do. Van Dan says, I know my CPU already planning my demise, I just know it. Dragon Fluffy Boss, that might have been me. I can assure you the whole evening it was great. Awesome. Good. I don't remember last week, but right now you sound normal. Very good. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Just making sure there's not something weird going on, because the settings were way off, mainly because I had somehow my expander was turned off and only the compressor on. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. Should be a setting that shouldn't be touched, but apparently I touched it at one point or another, somehow. But that was rectified a couple of days ago. Better, it was only a few minutes last week, almost like you moved back from the mic more than bad mic. It was not bad mic, it was bad settings for the mic. The mic's decent enough. Just the settings were not. It was a user error, let me put it that way. And the user is me. There we go. All this here is reachable, so let's reach it. Let's make it happen, let's do it. And let's get the steam here out, because, again, currently it is completely stuck. Once Reese is through here, he will probably get himself stuck, but at the same time he will also release the steam, so that's good. There looks to be a good place to flatten out the floor above the hospital. Yeah, I think we are going to do this. Once we have a vacuum in here, we are going to deal with this area right here. Because obviously right now it's just hanging into our base. We are going to reclaim probably quite a lot of this area right here later on, 100%. But first, the shit needs to go. And it is still trying to hold on for dear life, but not for much longer. We will make sure that in every possible way that we can, and one of them is to open this area here up for better gas exchange. Who would have believed it? Who would have thunk it? that is what we are trying to do. So let's put another ladder piece right here that allows us to dig it, not just from the top, but from the bottom as well. And also allows a potentially stuck dupe in this area here to escape, should that even theoretically happen. With Killjoy on the forefront. Let's see. Is he going to jump down there? Nope, he's not. He's actually not getting himself stuck for once. Wow. Kudos where kudos are due, I suppose. But right here, now this stuff here is moving quite fast, actually. Good to see. Love to see it. And we are just gonna go through this entire area right here. Just because we can. Okay, very good. A little bit of a side quest. Next activity, 3.2 cycles. The moment of truth is coming closer and closer. And that will require quite a lot of dupe labor and quite a lot of trial and error right here. That's going to be quite interesting. We will probably need a dupe more or less on standby. I will probably grab one dupe when this year starts up that I will have come in here. And I will have that dupe stop. Or better to say, get him trapped in here by turning off him leaving this area. So we can have an immediate impact on anything that we need to do within this area. And there's a lot that will have to be done. That is already for sure. One thing that I want to do is probably right away rip out these two tiles here. Just so that we can enter this area, because I kind of forgot that we need to do that. We need to have access to these pipes right here. And the only way to do that is by ripping out these two tiles right here. That is okay for the time being. That is just fine. Then right here, let's grab that stuff and let's move it out as fast as we can. All right. Everything's going the way it's supposed to. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's see if we can do something like this here. Slowly but steadily rip this here out. And get rid of it. Maybe add vanilla door before vacuum door, or a second and make a vacuum in the middle. Wait, where are you at, Croc? Oh, you mean right here? Nah, this here has the option. Like right now, if I won't get Raymond stuck in here, well, now he's stuck. Now he's stuck, and now he can't go anywhere. And now if I give him any other command, he will have to do it right away. For example, let's see, we have obsidian right here. If I build an obsidian ladder, then Raymond here theoretically should do it right away, because... Oh, wait a second. That's not true, because dupes can come inside. If dupes can come inside, another dupe can get assigned it, so I need to stop both directions. Raymond can go out, cannot go out, but also not in. So yeah, that is exactly what it should be. Raymond is stuck now, and that is how we're gonna do this. If shit happens, then you will not have heat transfer. I will not have heat transfer anyway. Because out here it's only steam, and that steam is getting evacuated into space. Any kind of exchange here is negligent for right now and not possible later on. So it should be not that big a deal. Let's see if we can do this. I believe we can, so we should, and we will. Here we have a few more tiles, and we can see now here the steam is down to 500 grams. It is getting out, and every last piece here. This here is a nice large area that plays in our favor. That helps us quite drastically to get this stuff out. That's what we want to see, and that's what we got now. So that's great. In basically every way that we can think about it. Here we can go 4 high, here we can go 4 high, and these two here we can reach as well. Let's create the biggest possible space here for the gases to get into space that we can come up with. Don't we take filtered stuff from the white output into the mechanical filter? Where are you at, Almar? Don't we take filtered stuff from the white output into the mechanical filter? What mechanical filter? Where are we? I don't know what we are referring to right now. Okay, once you clarify, I will happily look at that. Okay. Digging this here out is good. I will also immediately send a dupe along here. You know what? Why not? All this here is reachable. So let's make that happen right away. Why not? Everything else beneath it, we can take care of later. We are at 2.2 cycles with magma. So right here. Don't we take filtered stuff from white output in the mechanical filter? Filtered stuff from white output into the filter. The only thing that I see that is an actual problem, that's, I don't think is what you're referring to, but this thing here is the wrong way around. This thing here is the wrong way around. We need to have it this way. Filtered stuff, white output. What kind of stream is this? Yes, Almor is correct. I don't know what he's referring to. I truly don't. I don't see it. You need output from white output, not green. Is that what you're talking about right here? Because other than that, this is all correct right here. Everything else is. Oh, that is what you mean. Oh, okay, awesome. Well, great. Then we were talking about the same thing. I just didn't understand you, and it's on me. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Now it is right. The right way around. We just gotta set it up. Yep, that was incorrect. And now it is correct. Very good. Good eye. Good eye indeed. I definitely missed that. It would have just caused a hell of a lot of problems here in a few minutes. Realistically speaking. That's exactly what was going to happen. We're going to come down 2 right here and dig out the rest right here. Might as well, just because we can. Let's make it happen. And let's do our best over here as well. Why not? We can also dig through here and take this stuff here out. Outright. No issues, no problems. Just the same as up here. Let's reclaim that piece of ladder. Reclaim this piece of ladder. We don't need this ladder, or this ladder, or this ladder. All those ladders can go. Good. Let's make sure all of them do go then, if we don't need them. Also this here, 4 high. By default, should have already been done. Okay, is this here built? Yes, back to 0.1 where you belong, please, in the settings. You're still at 10, and you're still all at 999. Very good. Should be good. Seeing BierTier core out his planetoid makes me wonder if I'm watching Echo. Well, you know that I usually don't do that, so that's probably why you're saying that. Usually, I'm not a big fan of spending too much time on coring it out unless we need a certain resource, but if Demolior here thinks that he can just come in here, plowing into the middle of our base, without any consequences, ain't fucking happening. If you plow in here, we're gonna take every last tile from you that we can. I guarantee you that. 3C! Didn't get stuck. Great job. I mean, you know, credit where credit is due here. Let's grab this side here as well. You know what? I'm seeing tiles everywhere that we can grab, so we might as well. And we have 1.4 cycles left. Did we even make a dent into this here? I don't think so. I don't think so. There's still so much stuff. Mafic rock, I see 23 tons. Plus another 6 tons right beneath it. Granite, I see 11 tons. Ignis rock, I see 72 tons. Yeah, that will be a hot minute. That'll be a hot minute. But again, we have the time. It's not like we need those resources or all hell breaks loose. That is thankfully not the case. 3C says, yay, I achieved the minimum level of self-preservation. Oh, God. No, that's genuinely funny. Keone said there's also a nice spot to light gas flow above the aluminum volcano tamer. There is an iridium channel of steam. Wait, what? Above the aluminum volcano tamer, there's an iridium channel of steam. Wait, what? Where is there steam? Apparently another thing that I don't get. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, we are focusing on this thing here now. The middle one. The middle one. We don't have a middle one. The middle one is this one. And that's copper. And then we have iron over here. Middle one at the top? Oh, you mean this one right here? That's an iron volcano. What? Either way, we have one cycle left, and that is what we need to focus on. So we can capture this thing here the moment it erupts, basically. Not gonna waste any time. I'm gonna go straight in. A little bit more digging while we wait for another 0.8 cycles. Should be okay. Let's see here. 4 high. Let's shave it while we're at it. Everywhere where we can go 4 high, let's go 4 high. Everything that is reachable by the dupes shall be reached. This here can be reached from the top, so it's also no problem. So much material. Ah, gotta love it. Our iridium is up to 82 tons. That's a lot of bloody iridium. That stuff is absolutely crazy. And we already used a bunch of it for all these builds here. I mean, we basically use purely iridium. We just ignored that steel even exists at this point. I mean, why wouldn't we? There's no reason to ever use it again once you have iridium. This one here is 5 fine, of course. How else would it be? That is okay, though. All we need to do is something like this here. And just come all the way along here, because we need it anyway. It has to happen. So let's make it happen. Go along here on the top, 1 high. And then let's dig out everything else along here while we're at it. That should be pretty simple and straightforward. As a matter of fact, once the top rolls out, we can just give the command to dig out everything here. And we can see how much the steam has disappeared and how much space the chlorine gas is now taken up. Slowly but steadily, the chlorine gas will make it all the way to space as well. 0.4, getting there. I guess while we wait, might as well unlock another blueprint here. Just for the good fun of it. And we have super fan chimp socks, breathable socks with sporty orange stripes. That's awesome. I'm pretty sure we already had those, but, you know, we can always switch them out for something better later on. Okay. Killjoy. Go for it. It's all you, brother. You got it, Killjoy. Just when you fall, don't fall on this thing here and get stuck on this neutronium here, please. Thank you. You should get caught by a ladder, I believe. Let's see what happens here with Killjoy. Nope, he made it all the way over to the fire pole. Okay, so he did jump off there in the last minute. Good. And now, with those ladders in, we can grab all the rest. That is a big chunk that we dug out of this sucker. Not gonna lie, that is a big chunk. But that is okay. It doesn't really cause any harm in any way, shape, or form. It just helps us, as a matter of fact, quite the contrary to harm. So that is good to see. And is not that big of an issue at all. Let's get this here all dug out with 2 pieces of ladder. Do we even need the second piece of ladder? I don't think so. When was the last time you converted duplicate blueprints to resources? That was a long time ago. We have plenty to go through, I'm pretty sure. That was a long time ago. Eventually, we will just do a skin stream or something. I don't know. Let's bring in these here. Just so they're somewhat connected together, I suppose. And also allows us. Because the dupes are using this here right now as a pathway, let's make it down here with the ladder. I think that's fine. Also, if we put just 1 piece of ladder right here, then the dupes also can come through the top. Just to give them more options to get around here. Whatever they deem is the fastest, sure, go for it. I couldn't care less. And then 1 more right here. To get all the rest of the resources. Very good. A skin stream? What sort of channel is this? I mean, you know how much shit I give about skins, so the skin stream will probably last for about 10 minutes until we actually build something. Hopefully this time he will only convert 2+ blueprints. I think there was also a problem with that last time. Yes, I think I remember. Another 5.4 cycles to go until we actually have the first eruption. Eruption period is 62 seconds at 302 kilograms per second. That's quite a lot of output. That should be okay. We will see how much this here fills up when that happens. Very good. Can't wait to see this thing here work. But for the time being, we're just gonna keep on going, ripping out everything that has not neutronium written on it. So let's make it happen. Need a piece of, a couple pieces more ladder here actually. Several pieces even. I'm gonna put ladders along here right away because we will need them anyway if we want to continue using this here, which we sure as hell do. But then we will also need a couple more ladders, probably here, and that should allow us to basically rip all of this here out without too much of an issue. So let's make this here happen, and this here as well. Yep, just happily digging away, waiting for the volcano to finally erupt. That's on the agenda right now. There's really not much else to do to achieve our goal of taming this bad boy right here. Also, what is this here? Kind of forgot this whole area right here to dig it up. Let's rectify that issue right away as well. Okay, thimble reed. How much reed fibers do we have? Oh, 233. And we are back up with polluted water. Oh yeah, we're just gonna leave this here. The moment we need more reed fiber, we can just turn this here back on in a heartbeat. It's no issue at all. No problem whatsoever, however you want to look at it. Yeah. Not worried about that. I do believe that this steam here is just stuck due to all the water. Quite honestly. But yeah, that is okay. It is what it is. We can help a little bit at least on the right side here. Let's just make these two here mesh tiles. They don't need to be insulated tiles. That should help the water and also the steam to get the hell out of there. Could swap tiles under the volcano tamer coolant tank with mesh blocks. Yep, exactly. 3C, you had the same idea as me. Yeah, that is probably the best course of action here. Right this moment, indeed. Over here on the right side, though, that hole that we made here, yeah, that's a game changer. Quite necessary. Haha, typing in stream delay. Yes, that's exactly what happened here. But I love it. Two idiots, one thought. Great. Love it when that happens. Here we can make our way around this here. There's nothing here that will drop on us. There is no sand or no bullshit. So we can just straight make our way in there. With one piece of ladder right there. That should do it. So yeah. Grabbing us a few more resources on the way. Why not? Last but not least, let's do this one here. 3 high. Should be able to do this all the way across with the exception of this one tile here. That it's needed. Actually, this one here may be needed as well. And then we can do the rest right there. Good deal. No big issue at all. Alright, dupes. You're doing a pretty good job here, not gonna lie. But we have a little more work ahead of us. But it's really just a little. It's not an exaggeration. It's really not that much. Mainly this stuff right here has to come up next. Let's go right here, forward low. Come all the way through. And let's put us in a ladder. And where should the ladder go? Probably. Yeah, why not? All the way down here. That allows us then also to rip out this ladder right here. We won't need it anymore once this one here is built. That should be just fine. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be. And then while we are at it, why not put in a few extra ladder pieces that allows us to get to this piece of neutronium. And then all the way over here. That should allow us to reach everything in here. Maybe 1 or 2 more pieces of ladder down here in this corner, but everything else should be reachable now. And no problem at all. Very, very nice indeed. And yep, I believe that the mesh tiles here make a massive, massive difference. In fact. Yep. Now the gas can properly escape. We can just see it alone on the amount of gas that we have up here. It's increasing and not decreasing. And it's not in the microgram area anymore. Now it's actually in the gram area, where it should have been all along. Very, very good. That's what we want to see. And now we got to see it as well. What is this battery here at? The auto sweeper. Yeah, since we have this much steam here, they basically regulate their own temperature right now. So it's not that big a problem at all. Okay. Last few tiles. That's the wrong button. This is the right button. Let's dig them up. And let's make sure that we build this ladder here all the way over to the left. That allows us to dig all this here up. And then let's do the same thing one last time here. And that should allow us to dig all of this here up. Very good. Pretty straightforward. Just as we like it. And then last but not least, we will need one more row of ladders. Actually, we don't even need those. We can't just start over here and take our sweet time with a dupe that comes by. Let's see if we can make that here happen in one go. That depends on the priority of the duplicant that is coming. It's Killjoy. He's usually pretty good with this. Oh yeah. Slowly but steadily. Making our way through, but no, Killjoy, he's making it just barely off that one tile. And making his way here happily along. Exactly as that should be. Beautiful. What a beast. That Killjoy is. Always here when we need him. Great to see that. Okay, last few tiles right here. But other than that, most of Demolior is gone. As of now. If you imagine, or if you not imagine, if you remember what the thumbnail looked like when we started here today, it doesn't look like that on this map anymore at all. To say the least. You're not gonna make it up there anymore, are you? Not anymore. Nope, you're not. Of course. Why am I even asking? Don't know. Let's do this. Ah, very good. Von Rhineland, you convinced me, but because of you now, I'm forced to abandon my plans of going through the whole stream with a frown. Von Rhineland says, hey guys, we have 62 watches and 44 likes. Let's smash that like button to get over 50. Yes, that would be great. 50 likes would be great to see. So if you haven't liked the stream yet on YouTube, I would appreciate it if you would do so. That would help me out greatly. And on Twitch, of course, if you haven't followed the channel yet, it's about a great time as any to do that right away, so you don't miss next time when I'm online. And we are going to go ahead with more shenanigans with dupes. Not sure says that's funny. Hey chat, if you like the stream, hit the like button, and if you really don't like the stream, well, then hit the dislike button twice. That is true. That is how that works, and that is very sound advice. I support that message 100% from Not Sure here. Yeah. Let's take this here out, all that's reachable as well. Right side, reachable, of course. Why wouldn't it be? All this here, reachable. Why wouldn't it be? Grab it all, make it happen. Let's get more dupes in. And hopefully it's not just Killjoy here by himself getting it done. We should have a couple more that have that kind of capability. How is the O2 exchange on the right with the bad air pump? Ah, that's a good question. Let's see. It's questionable. Questionable. But I believe we're getting there. I mean, we are also having two competing pumps right now, I believe. Yes, we have this pump here. That has now rid us of all the chlorine. So we don't need this pump here anymore. Very good. You can save us this nonsense. So let's just rip it all out. In F7 and in F2 just as much. Let's rip it all out. High priority. Get rid of it. That should free up this pipe here and give more priority to this pipe. That should help quite drastically, because right at the moment we're basically only merging what we can actually merge. So let's see if we can do that here a little bit better once this pipe here is empty, which it will be very shortly. Let's turn up the speed here for a sec, just for that reason, to empty out that pipe, and we will see this one here running and moving like a champ right thereafter. Come on. There we go. Now it's only carbon dioxide, and that's it. That should be doable. Well, that is actually another issue. Because it's only carbon dioxide, we can't bring it in with a gas bridge. That is actually a problem. That is actually a problem. One that I can only solve in one possible way. Let's rip this gas bridge here out. What was that? Didn't I just rip out the gas bridge? Oh, he started. He never finished. That's what happened. There we go. All we need... Nope, not like this. All we need is right here. We need to build this gas bridge. And then in F7, what we're going to do is just snip this here off and bring this one here straight through. And that will fix it up right away. And give us our dual priorities the way it's supposed to be. And of course, down here on the bottom, our smokers are going to have a constant output. That has to happen if we like it or not. Okay, so far so good. 2.4 cycles left. What else is missing up here? Quite a lot. Nothing has been done, as a matter of fact. So let's bring this here over all the way. And of course, how else would it be? Looks like I've got 2 tiles up here. Let's rectify it with 2 pieces of ladder real quick. And then rip out those ladder pieces as well. Okay, most of the chlorine gas right here is also slowly but steadily even leaving, it looks like, or it's just dissipating so much or spreading out so much. No, we haven't quite made it to space yet, but it looks like the steam is basically gone. There's not a hell of a lot of steam left over here. This here is going to be a self-solving problem. And those are, of course, as always, my favorite problems. Okay, so far, so good. Just waiting another 2.2 cycles to see if we can turn this thing here on without it blowing up in our face, quite literally. Okay, lots more digging that needs to be done here. The ladder is coming in though, that's great to see, love it. That allows us also to dig into this here. Very nice. Also, dupes. I don't know. Is it literally oxygen that is an issue here? No, it's not oxygen. I don't know why the dupes are taking so much time to dig this here out. But they already dug a lot, so we gotta cut them a little bit of slack here, I guess. They have been hard at it. I mean, basically all of Demolior is gone. That is not neutronium. That's quite an accomplishment. That is quite an accomplishment. The Demolior is no more. That is something that we can be sure of, for damn sure. Okay, let's get this here done. Let's wait another 1.9 cycles, and while we wait for this here to be done, I'm gonna get me a drink real quick from the fridge. Be right back. Alright, nobody got stuck, nobody died. That's great. Good to see. And this here's also making progress. I'm pretty sure this here is going to be done exactly when this volcano here is going to erupt. This may actually be perfect. This may actually work out in our favor just fine here. Also, something else that we need to do here is this. And let's stop wasting valuable energy on this nonsense right here. This here can heat up for all I care. That's fine. It's built out of iridium, so it's not an issue. Just one thing. real quick. Let's make sure that we don't have random polluted water sitting here in 150 degrees Celsius. That's probably not optimal, so let's get rid of it. But other than that, we don't need to cool this here right now. We only need to cool it once we're in a vacuum, because in a vacuum, the large power transformer will just accumulate heat basically indefinitely until it will melt itself to the ground, or better to say, until it falls out at 575 degrees Celsius. That is what's going to happen first, in all likelihood. On the right side over here, we do have actual problems with oxygen. Yeah, we're using Atmos suits so much that our oxygen supply literally cannot keep up with what we are messing with here. That is okay, though. It will catch up eventually. Especially once this here is now all dug out. There's really not much reason for the dupes to come back out here. Once again, I just need to get a dupe stuck in here. That has to happen. A dupe that has the abilities that we need. So that is certainly something that's on the docket here. Okay, a few more tiles here that need to be dug, dupes. Come on over. Make it happen. The faster the better, the more the merrier. However you want to look at it. We don't need this ladder here anymore. Get rid of it. And we don't need this ladder here anymore, so deconstruct it as well. Very good. That should get the job done. As is. And then last but not least, you know what? Let's do this here. And put in 2 more extra pieces of ladder. Just for the dupes once again, to be able to walk around a little bit more easy in these areas here off the map. Starvation, starvation. Yes, I know, at 500,000 kilocalories, I'm sure that is an actual issue that we should do something about. Yet it's not happening. One cycle. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. So I need a dupe that is a plumber. So let us find me a plumber here. Plumbing, plumbing, plumbing. We have dock number 27. Do we have another dupe that is a plumber by any chance, or is it only dock? Just wondering. Yep, we have Mark here, who is our cook, who is also a plumber. Alright, there are only 2 plumbers. Nope, we also have Umdalek. And Umdalek is probably the dupe we are going to use. Yep, Umdalek right here. He has improved construction with demolition at the end, and plumbing. Those are exactly the stats that we need for our volcano. So Umdalek, we're gonna send him in there, and that should work. Talk number 27 says, hey, I was hoping that we have someone that has plumbing and building. I just didn't know if we have someone. We do. So that's the dupe that we are going to utilize. Okay, right here, there should be a hell of a lot more that we can do now. A lot more damage that we can do here. Just like this. Von Rhineland says maybe build some memorials just in case. I'm gonna let this here run down to 0.1 cycles or so, and then I'm going to get a dupe in here. Hopefully. With a full Atmos suit. That would be nice. But it looks like the dupes are bored right now, and they're actually hard at work in getting the stuff here dug out. Very good. Finally. That's some progress right here all of a sudden. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Love to see it. We may even be getting it all at this point if the dupes just keep at it. Looks like we are getting it all. Well, wouldn't you look at that. Entirety of this area here is now basically dug out. There's nothing left, or at least not much. A tiny little bit right here and right there. But yeah, generally speaking, we got all of it. For all intents and purposes, at the bare minimum. Let us build 2 more pieces of ladder down here, so we can reach these last few tiles right here. And let's also build us 2 more pieces of ladder down here. That should allow us to reach all of this right here. The rest needs to stay. The rest is actually pretty imperative to keep the steam pressure high of our other volcano right here. So it doesn't erupt right now, but it erupts when we want it to, and not any earlier than that. Codependent is here with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much for that. And he says, good morning, you beautiful bastard. Good morning to you as well, Codependent. I appreciate that. Right here, a few more tiles that we can grab all the way to the glass. Might as well. Might as well. You know, if you're already here. 0.2 cycles, as I said. So, in vitals, let's find this old Umdalek. Oh, where are you at, Umdalek? Where is Umdalek? Did I miss him? Am I blind? Sort by name, that would be helpful. There he is. We're going to move you to in here. Why is that unreachable for you? Where are you? Follow cam. You are in here. Why is that unreachable for you? Wait, what? Are you not allowed through this door or something? Yes, you are. Oh, because we don't have enough... No, we do have enough atmosuit docks too. What? I truly don't understand. Why can't Umdalek not go up there? I can't send him here. I can't send him here. I can't send him here. Cannot send him there. What? Why? For what reason? I don't understand. Show navigation? Sure. All the way to here, but not further. Why? Is it because of the suit? There is a suit right here, though. Unless another dupe is already grabbing it. That could be it. Okay. Yeah, that's probably it. That's a problem. That I didn't consider. That's our... Yeah, the atmosuits are already assigned to other dupes. That is exactly a 3C. That is exactly it. That is a problem. I need to see which dupes we have in there. And if we have a dupe in there. So right here, for example. This dupe. Who is not a Paku. What are your skills? You're not a Paku. You have exosuit training. We could give you plumbing. We need mainly plumbing. Let's do it just so I have a dupe because I don't have one right now. Let's put you in here. At the moment you're in there, we are going to make sure no other dupe is allowed in or out. And you're now stuck in this area. It erupts in 65 seconds. And you should be fine here for the time being. Okay. Let's turn the speed up. And then once it erupts, we're gonna turn it down into the other direction. Who is starving? Don't tell me it's this dupe right here. Okay, 1x speed, and the eruption is going on. We have our first magma in here. It's dripping down here, exactly as it should. And it's filling up this area here. Rather quickly. And that is what we want to watch here, to make sure nothing out of the ordinary happens. This thing here is still erupting, so let's let it erupt a little bit faster. Go its a full eruption cycle and see how much it fills up here. That's quite a lot of wood. Look at this stuff. Oh my. Oh my. Okay, so far so good. Now, the time has come. We have our bottle drainer right here with our petroleum in it. This thing here is set to 10 grams, so that's correct. We need to connect this here up. So let's make that happen. That brings me my 10 kilogram blob and puts it... Where? What happened with it? Oh, here it is. Okay, it will just got teleported here for a second. That is fine. I do have power, right? Yes, I do have power. That's fine. And it's putting it in. Putting it down here. Picking it up. And we are in luck right here. Our magma is in the front. Sometimes that does not happen. And if it does not happen, we will have to have a dupe here that has the plumbing skills. And that's exactly why I gave him the plumbing skills. Okay. Now, to prime the system right here, all we need is this 1 drop of magma in 4,000 grams. That's okay. But the important part is what we cannot do. We cannot leave this here connected. So, let's snip it off. And let's let this magma here do its thing. It's going to come up. And it's going to fill this loop here. Just like this. Beautiful. Now, we can connect this here back together. We can connect this here back together. This here and this here goes back together. Exactly as it was before. That is what it should look like. And now, last but not least, we can, and we will, connect this here up. Now a little bit of magma will escape. The very first drop right here. And now, everything should get filtered out. Only our petroleum goes down to the bottom, and only our magma goes up to the top. And our magma will go up to the top and through this pipe right here until the right side is full. Once the right side is full, it will go up to the top into our overflow. Now, we need to check down here on the bottom. Our liquid valve is set to 999 grams per second. That is okay. And it is only the bottom one that goes with its liquid pipe, with its radiant liquid pipe straight through the water. So hopefully, with a little bit of luck, we're not going to melt this first piece of pipe here right away when the first magma hits. I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Let's watch this temperature right here. It didn't blow up. Didn't blow up. It didn't blow up. Didn't blow up. Okay, so far so good. So far, it didn't blow up. Kohaku, we can now safely close this here up. So let's do your duty, please. Close it up. And let's make sure that this system here works the way it's supposed to. And then down here on the bottom, we are now utilizing the magma to heat up this water right here. You can see it starting to boil. I really, really love this animation right here. When the water is approaching the 100 degrees Celsius mark, it is starting this boiling animation right here before it goes over into steam. That was added not that long ago. Was it with the Bionica DLC? I don't remember, but it wasn't that long ago, but I love it. And now we have steam developing in the area right here. Already 22 kilograms. We're gonna let it be for a little bit longer here, because we definitely want to see more steam. Much, much more steam. And then we are going to turn on the other two liquid valves here as well. 3C says Frosty added the boiling, if I remember correctly. I don't remember correctly, so that may well be. I really don't remember, honestly. Steam is now at 65 kilograms. I think that we can potentially start up another one. I think we have enough air, enough steam pressure to add that extra heat into the area right here. Yep, it seems to be okay. It seems to be good. Not too many issues here. More and more water here is disappearing and becoming steam. We are at 82 kilograms up here on the top. Of course, over here on the left side, not that much steam yet, but we're gonna get there as well. And I think now it is time to turn on the third and last one. That is also going to put in another 1 kilogram per second. So basically, this system here supports a total output of 3 kilograms per second. That is what it is built for, with 4 steam turbines that are basically going to max out here very, very soon. Okay, let's let it run. Let's make sure that all the water boils. Let's make sure that our steam turbines here turn on and start generating a fuckload of energy. And then, let's see if we can also get us some nice igneous rock out in the process. And let's make sure that our Paku here doesn't die a horrible death. So, let's let him go out where he belongs. Very good. Shouldn't be too much of an issue here. It should be just fine, as a matter of fact. Okay. We're up to 114 degrees. I'm going to increase the speed here once again, just because now everything is working the way it's supposed to. Our first steam turbine here is turning on from the right to the left as expected, because the most heat is over here on the right where our magma enters. And over here it just comes out this igneous rock. And in case it should form a solid tile for any reason whatsoever, we do have our RoboMiner here, just in case, to help us out and bail us out if anything should go wrong. So far this here looks like a very successful build. Just one thing that I want to do real quick is, yeah, let's stop this here. So this stuff here can actually go out, and not everything else. By now, I think it's a little bit too much, honestly. So let's do it like this here. Yeah, we have everything here. We have the iron, we have the stuff that we are just picking up right here. We have everything on one line. That's too much. So let's see if we can get this here out a little bit quicker, that would be nice. Yeah, there we go. So the bottom here can move along its merry way very shortly here. I'm going to increase this here to 10 to once again speed this process here up a little bit. And there we go. We may have to build another line, honestly. We may have to build another one. I'm thinking right now. Let me think about this. This one here comes out right there. I mean, for the time being, we could just do something stupid and literally build a row of insulated tiles literally across here that comes all the way down. That would allow us to come with the conveyor rails straight through here and never up at all. So yeah, I think that is probably the best course of action right here. And I'm just right now, this is going to be a temporary build once again until we get our feet back underneath us again. Let's bring in its own thing right here that is going straight through insulated tiles. Shouldn't cause too much trouble. Let's see here. Also, I don't know on which side the dudes want to build it, and I really don't care. But they should be able to do it on both, however they feel like it. Let's just do it a little bit faster than usual. I would highly, highly appreciate that. Because we definitely need to get the stuff out of here. It's going to accumulate more and more and more if we don't do anything about it. I just thought about it. Under the suits on the left, you could put in a bigger cooler with 2 rails. That would also be an option right here. We do have the space available. But we also don't need the cooler for much longer. So the cooler will disappear here very soon. We are about to be done with the gases in this area right here. We are down to 150 grams of chlorine. The chlorine is now all over the place. So yes, all the steam is gone. It's not going to be that long anymore until we actually have a full-blown vacuum in this entire area right here. It's nowhere near as bad as one would think. But let's go ahead and snip it off to the upside. Yes, we already did that. That's great. And now this here is already stuck, and it can be. I really couldn't care less. Honestly, that's fine with me. As a matter of fact, let's snip this here off. Can I do this here? I don't know if it will allow me to do that. Probably not. Not without having a bridge in here. But that is fine. Alright, last few pieces of rail. Come on, dupes, put them in there. So we can get all of this iron here into our base. And also the igneous rock right here. How is the temperature coming out of here? Actually, we don't even care about this here. We can just set it to 20. Because at the moment it's a complete nonsense anyway. To double down on it. We can't just have 20 kilogram packages come through here. It doesn't matter. At all. Because it is restricted up here to 10. One last piece. Really? And why exactly are we not building that? Can I please get it so we can get this iron out of here? I hate looking at this inefficiency. Where we can't get the material out because of too few rails. That is not what should be a showstopper, ever. Music, are you coming? Yes, you are. Great job. We're getting there. The pathing. A little bit questionable in this area, I understand. But there we have it. Yeah, there it goes. Now we are making our way straight to our base. Much, much better. Indeed. No question there. Okay, there we go. That's more what that should look like. Should have probably done that from the get-go to never even have it being stopped up in the first place, but what can you do? Sometimes it is what it is. And it looks like here the igneous rock is coming out, but the steam is actually so little, or there's so little steam here, that it doesn't even heat up our igneous that badly. Look at this here. It's coming out of here at roughly, what? between 20 and 1 degree, and it's coming back over here. Oh my god, it's just literally negative temperatures, yeah. I think that we can probably put this here straight on, not 100, but 20. That's fine. That should allow a full throughput without any interruptions, because more than 20 cannot be on the rail at any given point anyway. And I think that this here works just fine. Yeah, look at this here. Much, much better. Much, much better. And we are actually in the process of emptying out the rail, and the loop is going to be back at where it's supposed to be. Okay, very good. That's what we want to see. That's great. Just one more little change that I want to implement real quick here, and that is, of course, a conveyor bridge. Just somewhere out of sight, out of mind. This here should do it. Snip it, snap it, and kill it. And then let's just put in this bridge real quick here. That should fix it. Conveyor rail itself, though, we can get rid of it. What are we building? Saudi iron ore? Come on, somebody grab some iron ore. Bring it by, build it. Still not entirely sure why this here is still not moving. Is it not moving because of disconnection? Theoretically, there's nothing stopping this here. Why is this here not emptying right now? I don't understand. It should be moving this way here. We have the bridge here. We have the output right here. There's nothing stopping this conveyor rail from going in the opposite direction right now. So why isn't it? What? Wait, what am I missing? I honestly don't know. I also don't think it matters too much. What if I do this here? Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. The rear connection is missing. That makes sense. That's fine. Well, let's just bring this here down at least as much as we can. That should be fine. Bridge is finished. Bridge is here. Okay, let's snip it off again. It will immediately come to a halt again. God, it's so annoying. If I connect this here, though. Yeah, this here will do it. At least we can empty this out. It's still gonna be hot, but we can deal with a little bit of hot material. It's not gonna be the end of the world, but at least we can empty it, if nothing else. I think the rails have been learning from the dupes too much, so it keeps getting stuck. That may be the answer here, yes. That may be actually what the problem is. But now it should be fine. And now, if this here wants to deliver it, it sure as hell can. Very good. Everything should now be back in order. Everything should be fine. The temperatures here should be okay. Like I said, we are already double cooling it anyway at this point. There's no point in going any further. And the amount of steam is so low that it barely heats up our igneous rock at all. That could have been, yeah, it's just doing nothing in all reality. We have a tiny little bit of chlorine left in here, a tiny little bit of steam over here on the left side, but it's really not much. It's really not much at all. It's not a big deal whatsoever. And I believe this here is now running, and igneous rock was already not a problem, but if it ever was going to be a problem, it's not anymore. We are at 1,200 tons. And yes, these are tons, not kilograms, of igneous rock. And now we have basically an infinite amount of it. And we are producing also an insane amount of energy. You can see it right here. All 4 steam turbines are running at full force, 850 watts. And you can also see it in here that our steam temperature is at about 200 degrees or above 200 degrees. And it should, theoretically, if nothing has changed since I built it last time about a year ago, it should go up to somewhere between 220 and 250 degrees, and it should hover there. Basically forever. That would be the general idea. So it is still technically increasing right now. Okay, I would say this is a full success. I really love how it perfectly fit into all this neutronium nonsense right here, including the safety margin. The only thing that's missing is the insulated tiles right here, so if something would go wrong with the system, which we have seen more than once that something goes horrendously wrong, especially when you're loading a game. If you're building something like this here, when you're loading a game, it can mess up quite drastically, so If you want to copy this, be careful and keep that in mind. To always check this here first when you load the game and see if it is broken. If it is broken, just reload your game and it will work most likely on the second try. Have had that quite a few times. Especially with those kind of shenanigans right here. Like trying to cool down magma within a pipe. Because clearly, inside of this pipe here, the magma is way below its freezing point. 220 degrees, that's absolutely nothing. Okay, so far so good. It's picking up all of it. It's not leaving one big pile. No, it's just going along here and just picking up all three basically. 1, 2, 3, and then puts it into the loader. And it does this over and over and over again. Our auto sweeper right there. Truly wondering how often our hydrogen generators turn on now. Yeah, not very often is the answer here. And when they turn on, it's literally just for a second. Oh my god. Yeah, the amount of energy that we are now pumping into our main grid is quite drastic. And I would argue that our infinite storages do reflect it very nicely with 2,255 kilograms of hydrogen. And over here, we have 1,566 kilograms of natural gas. Plenty. Plenty of gas and plenty of natural gas and plenty of hydrogen gas to hold us over for more or less as long as we want it to be, honestly. And then right here, the rock is cooling down. It looks like this here is filling up a little bit too much. I think that this here is too low. That's what I said in the beginning. We will have to play around with this here a little bit. We may have to set it to 210 degrees because it's just not letting anything out here. And we're just adding more and more heat. If you're constantly adding more and more heat, eventually it will find its equilibrium, but it hasn't yet. And at the moment, the setting was just too low for that. But yeah, I would argue that we most definitely did what we set out to do. We can see our overflow here is working perfectly as well. Just like our mechanical filter, everything is working beautifully. Just like this. God, I just love to watch something like this here. It's just, I don't know. There's a certain beauty to it when all the pipes moving exactly the way that it's supposed to. I don't know if that's just me or not, but yeah. We definitely accomplished what we set out to do. And I would think next time around, we are going to space. And when I take a look into our research tree right here, we are probably not just going to space. We are probably blowing space out of the water because we have access to technologies and we are just jumping basically over the first 4 rockets and go straight to petroleum, of course, for our first one. And then to the large petroleum right after that. The only reason that we are not going even faster than that is because we do not have the 250 data analysis research. And if there is popular demand, we may even build the shit rocket first. We will see how that goes. But yeah, I think today we did pretty well. The entirety of Demolior has bowed to our will. We have taken 2 of its 4 available vents, and we have taken one of the 2 most difficult ones, and that's, of course, the Volcano. Also beautiful how it fit right here. It would have been a much bigger issue right here. I mean, anything's doable. We probably just would have to build our tamer right here, and then probably put our actual cooling system somewhere further away down here or over there or even up here to the top. That would work just as fine. Thankfully, we didn't have to resort to that, but it was certainly always an option. But yes, I think this is a good stopping point. And with that, we are going to unlock our last blueprint, I was about to say, but apparently we have 2 left, even though last time it clearly showed 1. So let's undo or open up the last 2 that we have, and we get some Obolus shorties in decent quality, in comfy gray short shorts, with a ruffled hem. Those things look horrendous. Let me be quite frank about this. And the last one is a... Ooh, that one we definitely haven't had yet. A research shirt. Comes with a thoughtful, chewed-up ballpoint pen. A thoughtfully chewed up. Love it. Nifty quality. That thing's cool. That one is definitely new in our collection. But again, great stopping point. Thank you very much for all of you guys to join today. Truly, truly appreciate all of your guys' support. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.